Good morning, dear Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I hope everyone had a good rest last night. We shall now take up agenda item 2B on enabling resilience through the seamless and sustainable connectivity. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP/MCREI/2022/3. This agenda item will be introduced by keynote ministerial statements, followed by the introductory presentation by the Secretariat and a brief panel discussion before proceeding to country statements. I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Nampasong Mongmani, Vice Minister of Public Works and Transport, Lao People's Democratic Republic, to the podium to deliver his keynote and remark. Please, Excellency.
Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Ministers, Vice Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of Public Works and Transport and the government of the Lao PDR, it is my great pleasure and honor today to attend the third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in the Asia and the Pacific. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to ESCAP and ADB for hosting this conference, warm hospitality and support for us to physically attend the meeting. Lao PDR is strategically positioned and it can become the logistic hub for Southeast Asia. It shares its borders with the 5 ASEAN countries, and it provides strategic opportunity for the ASEAN countries and other countries in the region to link their economics more closely together. Therefore, improved transport connectivity is the reason for the Lao PDR to transform itself from landlocked to landing country. Lao PDR has put effort into the development of the railway infrastructure, which is one of the most promising transport network initiative in the region. The Lao government adopted and introduced a policy with the aim to turn the country from landlocked to landing country. The Lao government believes that the country can facilitate inland transport and trade between the countries in the region. Moreover, over the last decades, we have carried out key investment and studies on rail projects specifically connecting Lao PDR and Thailand, Lao PDR and China, and Lao PDR and Vietnam. The Lao government has also planned to study a rail project connecting Lao PDR and Cambodia, which is an essential part of the government's strategies to leverage the potential economic benefit from the regional connectivity. This also aims to complement the master plan on the ASEAN connectivity and GMS strategy plan. The construction of the Lao-China Railway, which was completed in the end of 2021 and has led to significant economic benefit because the railway and the train are high-quality technology that can increase effectiveness and efficiency of the transport. As a result, the number of the traffic, passengers, and goods has increased unexpectedly. In the term of energy security and the climate action, the train used electricity, which reduced greenhouse gas emission in comparison to the use of the other type of transport that use fossil energy source. After many countries have eased travel restriction, the recovery of transport has been getting better. At the present, transportation of the passengers and the goods between the ASEAN countries almost normal, while the restriction posed on the land transportation between the Lao PDR and China need to be eased. Nevertheless, the demand for freight transportation by the train between Lao PDR and China has increased. For the emergency response which is able to deal with the crisis, we thank the strong cooperation with each other among the countries in the region on negotiating and finding a suitable solution together. Rather, there are discussions at the leadership level or any working group. All of the discussions are useful to facilitate and create various measures to improve transport connectivity and strengthen the effectiveness of the emergency response. Furthermore, we have always received kind support from many parties, such as UN ESCAP, ADB, so that we can cooperate and communicate with each other, like this conference has happened today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this conference will be a great opportunity for all of the participant countries to learn from each other and strengthen our cooperation that will benefit the transport connectivity of this region. Finally, I would like to wish you all a successful and fruitful conference and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your comment. So our next speaker is, there is some technical substitution, so we would like to I would like to now to invite His Excellency, Mr. Bayar Magnai Mayak Marsuren, Vice Minister of Energy, Mongolia, to the podium to deliver keynote remarks. Your Excellency, please have a floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellency, Mr. Chairman, the Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Widespread economic and logistics restrictions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical conflicts have hit the economies of country hard, sending global market price of goods, fuel, agricultural, energy commodities to record increase, causing fluctuations in the global economy and financial markets and creating major risks. On a more positive note, and thanks to this support provided by the United Nations and developing partner countries, we have been able to make significant progress in our efforts to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have now fully vaccinated 70% of our citizens, completely lifted domestic restrictions against the pandemic, and fully opened our borders. Despite these difficult times, the government of Mongolia has adopted new recovery policy in order to meet our sustainable development goals. In accordance with this policy, we are paying special attention to issues such as infrastructure, transport and logistics, energy supply, and rural development, the intensification of green development, public-private partnership, and productivity improvements. Under this policy, we are planning 22 energy recovery projects and 8 projects aimed at increasing the generation of renewable energy and introduction of low-carbon, environmentally friendly, and green technologies. The new recovery policy document also outlines Mongolia's active position in Northeast Asia power system interconnection and future use of hydrogen. Currently, Mongolia is a net importer buying electricity through cross-border transition line from both our neighboring countries, Russia and China. Unprecedented global challenges have been accelerated our government's vision to become self-sufficient and mid-term and net exporter in long term. Our vision to become the net exporter is based on renewable energy deployment in certain part of country which have huge potential of wind and solar power that can be transmitted through the region. Improved cross-border transmission capacities and cooperation between the countries can be achieved through mutual understanding of clean energy pathways. We believe that abundant renewable energy sources would play a vital role for not only for reaching our country's specific targets, but we also believe that it could benefit to supply carbon-free energy to Northeast Asian countries and beyond. This initiative is known as the Northeast Asian Power Interconnection concept. Until today, several studies were undertaken to reveal the potentials of renewable energy export to neighboring countries, including Asian supergrid GoBTEC. Study was carried out in collaboration with Energy Charter and stakeholders in 2014. Following this study, we have worked together with ADB to develop solutions and options for future Northeast Asian power interconnection. Study examined several grid interconnections based on several power trade options between countries in the regions. The simultaneous of positive grid connection have indicated that the project is technologically and economically feasible to implement. We are very appreciative of endorsement of the regional roadmap on power system connectivity by ESCAP member state last year. Mongolia, through participation in the expert working group on energy connectivity and its chairmanship of the informal consultation group, is keen to support its development and is looking forward to working with the ESCAP on implementation of the 9 strategies detailed in the roadmap. Regional roadmap strategies align with the proposals for Northeast Asian power interconnection, and resources can therefore be shared across the 2 initiatives. Variable renewable energy sources, along with the emerging technologies such as hydrogen and battery storage, can be optimized for stable and reliable source of the energy. Not only power generation sector, but the Mongolia's extractive industry is poised to be an important supplier of the critical minerals required for the global energy transition. We believe that the agenda of this conference, enabling resilience through seamless and sustainable connectivity, is of the foremost importance for us. It is enabling us to exchange ideas on disaster resilience and crisis management, especially important in times of disruption to the global energy and food supply chains. I would like to conclude by emphasizing the importance of carbon-free cross-border projects and attaining further global and regional energy cooperation and reaching the universal target of carbon neutrality. I would like to wish you productive discussion and fruitful results. Thank you, and may I wish you all productive discussions and fruitful results again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your valuable notes and comments. Now, Dear Excellencies and distinguished delegates, while the other key speakers are getting ready, so I would like to now invite Mr. Wei Min Rin, Director, Transport Division, ESCAP, and Mr. Hongpeng Liu, Director, Energy, and Energy Division, ESCAP, and Ms. Tiziano Bonapas, Director, Information Technology and Communication and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, ESCAP to introduce an presentation document ESCAP/MCREI/2022/3. So we are sorry about some changes from our plan. Now, before the presentation, I would like to invite the delegate from Uzbekistan, Mr. Abdullah Hashimov, head of the Transport Corridors Development and Logistics Department, Ministry of Investment and Foreign Trade of Uzbekistan. Mr. Hashimov will deliver the statement of Vice Ministry of Transport of Uzbekistan. Mr. Hashimov, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Спасибо большое, уважаемый председатель, уважаемые коллеги, участники. От имени Министерства инвестиций и внешней торговли и Министерства транспорта приветствую вас и желаю результативной работы. Уважаемый председатель, действительно, сегодняшняя повестка дня имеет очень актуальное значение. Для Центральной Азии после пандемии и в связи с обострением международной обстановки возникли ряд трудностей в развитии экспорта, импорта и инвестиционного сотрудничества. Узбекистан в 2026 году будет иметь около 40 миллионов населения. Наша валовая продукция достигнет 100 миллиардов долларов, а экспорт превысит 30 миллиардов долларов. Сегодня мы поддерживаем торговлю с 183 странами. И первые десятки входят Китай, Европа, Турция и страны Юго-Восточной Азии. В этой связи сегодняшняя тема по повышению связуемости имеет актуальное значение. ЭСКАТ придает очень важное значение к развитию связуемости. В прошлом году в Ташкенте мы провели на уровне глав государств конференцию на эту тему. В этом году в Самарканде Китай, Узбекистан и Кыргызстан подписали соглашение о строительстве железной дороги Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан протяженностью 400 километров, который обеспечит наиболее кратчайший путь из Китая в Центральную Азию и альтернативу в Европу. Объем грузоперевозки составит первый год около 6 миллионов тонн. Одновременно мы недавно закончили полевую экспедицию в Афганистане. Мы планируем там строить железную дорогу Мазар-и-Шариф, Кабул, Пешавар с выходом Карачи и далее индийские порты. Европейский Союз проявляет большой интерес к этому проекту как альтернативу для доступа на Южную Азию. Мы также работаем совместно с КАТА по формированию мультимодальной транспортного коридора Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Иран, Индия. Имея в виду, что порт Чабахар не подлежит санкции Соединенных Штатов Америки, и индийская компания управляет там терминалом Бандар-Бехишти. Следующее направление – это развитие транспортных коридоров в Европу, имея в виду Центральная Азия, Кавказ, Европа через Черное море. Мы также активно развиваем транспортную связуемость с Российской Федерацией, Беларусь, Казахстаном и другими странами СНГ, нашими традиционными торговыми партнерами. Мы признательны ЭСКАТа и другим организациям Объединенных Наций за большое внимание и содействие развитию транспорта и коммуникации в Центральной Азии. Узбекистан, вы знаете, удален от морских портов, но имеет общую границу с Афганистаном, Казахстаном, Кыргызстаном, Таджикистаном и имеет большой транзитный потенциал, ориентировочно около $2 миллиардов в год. Я, пользуясь случаем, внести ряд предложений по дальнейшему развитию связуемости, концентрируясь в следующих вопросах. Первый. Развитие и повышение пропускной способности традиционных и альтернативных транспортных коридоров. Сегодня на границе Российской Федерации, Грузии, Российской Федерации с Казахстаном и наших стран скопилась огромные очереди грузовых машин, которые имеют протяженность до 5-6 километров. Нам нужно искать возможность повышения пропускной способности. Это первый урок пандемии и постпандемии. В китайских портах Ляньюнган, Ризо, Циндао, Шанхай, Иу и других мы ожидаем более 3000 контейнеров, которые ориентированы на Узбекистан для запуска инвестиционных проектов. Очень весьма сильно растут цены, тарифы на транспортировку. По сравнению с 2021 годом, в этом году стоимость доставки тарифы выросли почти 2 раза. От порта Находка мы получали контейнер из Южной Кореи за $6000. Сегодня $12000. Второе предложение – это повышение альтернативности транспортных коридоров. Третье – это разработка совместной стратегии повышения провозной способности как интермодальных, так и мультимодальных транспортных систем. Я имею в виду балансированное повышение провозной способности как железнодорожного транспорта, так и автомобильного. Я хочу сказать, что около 75% внешней торговли сегодня перевозится, грузы перевозятся у нас в Узбекистане железнодорожным транспортом. В Европе как раз наоборот. Поэтому желательно было бы, чтобы ЭСКАТа совместно с государственными членами разработали отдельные программы по повышению провозной способности автомобильного транспорта и водного транспорта, морского, а также воздушного транспорта. И последнее – это повышение без опасности международных транспортных, грузовых и пассажирских перевозок. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Hashimov, for your interesting comments and Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As you know, the General Assembly elected His Excellency Mr. Saba Korosi of Hungary as President of the 77th General Assembly. In the light of Hungary's role in the multilateralism this year, I'm pleased to invite His Excellency Mr. Peter Girato, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, to the podium to deliver special remarks. Your Excellency, have a floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to express my appreciation for adding Hungary to the list of speakers of this event, although not being a country neither of Asia nor the Pacific, but we are definitely interested in a strong and tight cooperation with this region, especially putting into consideration that this very meeting takes place at an extraordinary point of time. The war in Ukraine has been escalating day by day. The world has to be faced with more and more multifaceted challenges parallelly. And currently, it is unfortunately not an exaggeration to say that our global security is at risk. It is at risk in its physical aspect. It is at risk in its aspect regarding energy supply, in aspect regarding food supply, and when we speak about the general financial conditions. So I think it is a minimum that we can say that things are heading to the wrong direction. And as an outcome of this phenomenon, there's a danger that our decades-long efforts can easily get lost. I'm representing Hungary, a country which is a direct neighbor to Ukraine. We are living in the neighborhood of the war, and the impacts of this war are immediate and serious on us. And we understand that these impacts do not know any kind of distance or borders, and we all know that even regions like Asia and the Pacific, which are geographically far away of Ukraine, have been suffering from the consequences of the war as well. And we all know that the solution for this very challenging and demanding situation is basically one word, which is easier to say than to achieve, and this one word is peace. Peace would be the solution to all of the challenges which we are heading currently. That's why Hungary, as a neighboring country, has been urging for immediate ceasefire and launching peace talks as soon as possible. In case peace would come, we would be able to control the super high inflation, we would be able to decrease the irrationally increasing energy prices, and we would be able to restore the safety of food supply globally. That's why I can tell you, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues, that Hungary is supporting all those decisions which bring us closer to peace, but we have never supported and will never support those measures which either prolong or escalate this war and which are more painful to those who have no responsibility in this war than those who should be the target of the restrictive measures. Under the current circumstances, we do believe in Hungary that enhancing the cooperation between Europe and Asia based on mutual respect and mutual benefits would be vital. Such an effective cooperation between the two continents of ours, we could at least decrease a bit the very negative impacts of the war situation. We are all aware, I guess this is the situation here in Asia as well, that we are all aware that one of the most serious consequences of the current global situation is that the east to west, west to east supply chains have been disrupted and the ordinary, traditional, usual delivery routes are being blocked. Unfortunately, this is a feeling which we all very well know because of the pandemic. During the pandemic, our economies have suffered big losses, both in Europe and in Asia, because of the shutting down of the natural flow of trade between the two of us. And we don't want this to come again. We don't want to see Asia-Europe, west to east to west cooperation being blocked again within basically less than 3 years. Dear colleagues, if we are not able to re-establish the trade flows in an ordinary manner between Europe and Asia, between East and West, then we will not be able to avoid the recession in Europe. And the recession in Europe would definitely have a negative impact on Asian economy as well. And the recession in Europe would end up in hundreds of thousands of people losing their job, and we definitely do not want this phenomenon to occur. That's why we call for the United Nations to stand up for the liberation of the delivery routes between Europe and Asia, and we urge all ourselves to put our international trade back on a free trade basis as much as it is just possible. This can save jobs, and this can save the economy in Europe, and this can improve the cooperation between Europe and Asia. And there is one another very serious risk, Mr. Chair, which I would like to touch upon shortly. If we are not able to re-establish the East to West, Asia to Europe cooperation, then our desperate fight against climate change is going to fail as well. We already experience natural catastrophes, the extreme rise of temperature, heat waves, and dangerous pollution on air and water as well. And we all know that we do have to preserve our planet to our successors. And we all know that the green issue must not be neither an ideological nor a political one. We must not allow certain political parties or movements to monopolize this topic. We have to put environmental protection on a realistic basis, and it has to go hand in a balanced way with the improvement of our economic achievement. And I stand here in front of you as a proud representative of a country which was the first one in Europe to ratify the Paris Agreement, and which is among those 22 countries globally which were able to increase their GDP while parallelly decreasing their emission. So all in all, as a conclusion, dear friends, I can tell you that our common responsibility is enormous. In case we fail to re-establish the efficient cooperation between Europe and Asia, we will not be able to overcome the challenges which we are facing. But with the cooperation, with an effective cooperation between East and West, between Europe and Asia, based on mutual trust, respect, and benefits, I do believe that we will be able to tackle those challenges which are now ahead of us. But this is definitely time to act, Mr. Chair, because we are in the 25th hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Peter Sijarto, for your valuable comments and notes. Now, I would like to move back to our presentation. So this concludes the ministerial statements under the agenda item. So I would like to invite Director of Transport Division, ESCAP, Mr. Wei Min Rin, and Director of Energy Division of ESCAP, Mr. Hongpeng Liu, and Director of Information Technology and Communication and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of ESCAP, Ms. Tiziano Bonapace. She will join us by online to introduce the document ESCAP/MCREI/2022/3. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants. The technical presentation under this session will be made by 3 divisions of ESCAP Secretariat: Energy, ICT, and Transport. So it's my privilege to begin with a brief introduction of the presentation on behalf of the 3 divisions. The presentation will provide a brief overview of the energy, digital, and transport connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, which accounts for half of the world's total primary energy supply and final energy consumption, 60% of global broadband subscriptions, 2/3 of global seaborne trade, and more than 40% of global surface freight transport flows. It will discuss the recent and ongoing connectivity shocks, which amplified the pre-existing gaps in access to energy, information, and transport services, with a notable impact on countries in special situations in particular. The presentation will also highlight the recent achievements in the areas of energy, ICT, and transport, and underline the role of regional cooperation initiatives with the focus on ongoing regional digitalization and decarbonization efforts. Now let me focus on transport connectivity. Although transport connectivity in Asia and Pacific was preserved overall during the pandemic, the crisis nevertheless disrupted freight transport and led to increased delays and costs. As you can see on the slide, the shipping freight rates of Northeast Asia to West Coast of North America in 2021 tripled from the same period in 2020. The situation was similar or even worse on the routes from Asia to Europe and other regions, and had greater implications for landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. So the current geopolitical developments have also had impact on transport connectivity, including along the Euro-Asia transport corridors, leading landlocked countries in North and Central Asia to intensify their efforts to strengthen connectivity to other sub-regions. Meanwhile, the resilience and connectivity concerns have heightened the awareness of pressing need to decarbonize the Asia-Pacific development path. A recent analysis of freight and passenger transport outlooks for selected sub-regions of Asia has shown a tremendous potential for transport decarbonization as part of the pandemic recovery efforts. Talking about progress, it's encouraging to know that despite the pandemic, a number of major national and bilateral initiatives on missing links along the Asian highway and Trans-Asia railway networks have been successfully completed recently. For instance, Bangladesh completed 2 missing links along the Asia Highway Route number 1, including the construction of 6.15 kilometer long bridge over the Padma River. Along the Trans-Asia Railway network, one of the significant developments was the opening of the 414 kilometers Lao-China railway line, just mentioned by His Excellency Vice Minister from Laos, which could further link the ASEAN's railway network. In addition, the operationalization of Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Islamic Republic of Iran rail corridor, and the planned construction of China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan railway are other examples of further progress in the regional transport connectivity. Digitalization and smart transport solutions are gaining further momentum along the Asia transport infrastructure networks. Parties to the Intergovernmental Agreement on the Trans-Asia Railway Network are considering the development of guiding principles on electronic information exchange between railways and among railways and control agencies, which would make rail transport more competitive and maximize its resilience potential. The member countries along the Asia Highway Network are implementing digital and smart highway solutions with a view to making road transport less reliant on physical contacts and less exposed to interruptions, and reducing the costs of documentary and other border checks. Free transport decarbonization is also gaining traction with national and regional initiatives. One typical example is the COVID-19 recovery guidelines for resilient and sustainable international road free transport connectivity in ASEAN, which positions decarbonization as one of the priorities of their pandemic response and recovery policies. Last but not least, there's increased recognition that access to comprehensive, reliable data on the status of regional transport infrastructure network is essential for further progress on connectivity. Accordingly, the Secretariat is setting up an interactive platform on Asia-Pacific Transport Network to demonstrate its current status and some of its operational features. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the regional institutional framework for transport connectivity is increasingly being leveraged to support the resilient and seamless transport connectivity. This can be illustrated by the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and Pacific 2022 to 2026, adopted at the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport in December last year, which establishes the progress towards efficient and resilient transport and logistics networks for economic growth as one of its 3 overarching objectives. So before conclusion, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the synergies between transport and energy and ICT sectors in achieving regional seamless and sustainable connectivity. So further progress on both transport decarbonization and transport digitalization will be highly dependent on the application of new information technologies and contingent on the availability of renewable energy sources, as well as regional energy and information connectivity. So with that, I now hand over to Mr. Hongpeng Liu, Director of Energy Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei Min. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, so my brief will focus on energy connectivity issues and challenges and highlighted the development in Asia-Pacific region for energy connectivity to support regional economic cooperation and integration. So energy connectivity, in particular in the power system, as a key strategy for enabling energy transition. through integration of renewables and other clean energy. So power system connectivity enables the development of more affordable, secure, and sustainable power systems. For example, by enabling access to low-cost renewable energy resources and increasing power system diversity. However, it faces challenges in the areas of politics, finance, and technical and operation risks. Opportunities can be hampered by a lack of political will, concerns about energy security, and difficulties in the alignment of technical regulations across borders. So recognizing the role of power system connectivity enabling for sustainable development, member states of ESCAP at the 77th session of the Commission in 2021 endorsed the regional roadmap on power system connectivity to support the sustainable energy development in the region. The roadmap contains a vision, a set of principles, and 9 strategies covering areas such as planning, financing, operations, and cross-cutting issues like capacity building, and with the overarching goal of increasing regional cooperation and collaboration and connectivity to support the achievement of sustainable development, including the Sustainable Development Goal 7. So energy connectivity, especially cross-border connectivity, can benefit all countries, but can in particular support economic development, sustainable development, and increased energy security in least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small and vulnerable countries. I think from our excellencies, the distinguished minister from Mongolia already shared about their view, and we also heard yesterday from a number of delegates about the power grid connectivity in this region, and with the abundant renewable energy resources, which already started in different countries, promote the regional collaboration. In the Asia-Pacific region, many initiatives to support power system connectivity, including some overlapping efforts. If you see this map, the chart, there are a number of regional and sub-regional initiatives in Asia-Pacific, and with the common objectives, and there are also overlap among different sub-regions. So that also provides a basis to move further at the regional level. Despite the large number of initiatives, however, in general, there are challenges moving these initiatives past the study stage to implementation stage. In particular, the development of cross-border infrastructure and the development of a regional electricity market, such as the integrated regional market and the power pools. There are many potential reasons for this, but the fundamental reason is the need to build a political will and trust, to develop supportive institutional frameworks, and to unlock financing and investment. Especially under the current situation, the pandemics or the recovery from the pandemics, there are also just squeeze the space for the investment and the financing for such kind of cross-border infrastructure, especially power grid. So ESCAP is working with the member states to implement the 9 strategies of the regional roadmap on power system connectivity to accelerate development and improve sustainability of connectivity initiatives. For example, through our recent launched Green Power Corridor Framework project, we are conducting the regulators' capacity building, which will contribute to support the regional power market and to develop a kind of framework for regional collaboration and on the regional power market. I'll hand over to my colleague, Tiziana, to continue. Over to you, Tiziana.
Thank you. Thank you, Hung Pen. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, it is my pleasure today to give you a few perspectives, regional perspectives on digital connectivity. Next, please. So, okay, there we are. So the key challenge in the Asia-Pacific region is that it is the most divided region in the world in terms of digital transformation, as you can see from the graph. And as we know very well, the pandemic unleashed a digital big bang. And as digital has become a default in our daily lives, the concern is that the digital divide will accentuate socioeconomic inequalities. Of course, Asia Pacific has some of the leading digital transformation countries in the world, the top part of that graph, but at the same time, there are also a number of countries, often the geographically disadvantaged countries that are lagging behind and that lag behind significantly. Next, please. So another way in which we have, illustrated this digital divide is by looking at the speeds with which people can access the internet. And speed is fundamental because it is related to the knowledge intensive use of the internet. And so on the map on the screen, you see the real-time speeds. They are not administrative or official statistics. They are based on real-time upload and download speeds in the region, aggregated to a big data, a high-level analysis. And so the greener the map, the higher the speeds, and the redder the map, the lower the speeds. The black parts mean there is no connectivity. That could be due to connectivity not being available or a sparsely populated area of the region. And of course, the sparsely populated areas of the region are those that experience the slowest connectivity or simply no connectivity. So the Big Bang has left many people and many countries behind. Next, please. And so what has our response been? So we have, for a number of years, been implementing a digital connectivity development pathway through regional cooperation and integration. And this is linked to our Asia Pacific Information Superhighway. And I'm also very pleased to inform everyone that at the recently concluded 4th session of the Committee on ICT STI, our action plan for 2022 to 2026 was endorsed, and the action plan was drafted by our members and associate members in a working group that was set up. And the working group reoriented or reprioritized the actions under the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway around 3 pillars. The first one is connectivity for all. And this pillar is related to the supply side, the infrastructure connectivity. infrastructure connectivity being the essential condition, of course, not the sufficient condition, but the essential condition without which all other digital applications, digital uses cannot take place. The second pillar is related to the demand side, that is the use of digital technologies and applications. And this pillar is focused in particular on bringing or enabling everyone to make meaningful use of digital technologies and applications through enhanced education programs and through enhanced digital skill formation. And then taking both the supply side and the demand side of the digital transformation process, we also know that a huge amount of digital data is generated. The digital big data has very important applications in terms of us better understanding the big trends, the implications for our Earth and our future, identifying the gaps in terms of SDG implementation, and really addressing more effective evidence-based policies. So the third pillar is related to the use of digital data. So that is our response and our program for tackling the digital divide, the divides in digital transformation, with a final objective of affordable digital connectivity to all the time in a reliable way by 2030. Thank you, Chair, and I hand back to my colleague, Wayman.
Thank you, directors, Mr. Reen, Mr. Liu, and Ms. Bonapace, for your very interesting presentation. And we will now move to the panel discussion. I would now like to invite Mr. Winston Cho, Chief of Party, USAID Mekong Safeguards, Asia Foundation, along with the Rajneesh Singh, and Regional Vice President, Asia Pacific Internet Society, and Nuki Agya Utama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Energy, to the rostrum for the panel session. And we will have one more person via Zoom, Selim Reyhan. Please, the floor is yours.
Whoops, thank you. Thank you to His Excellency Vice Chair Izatov. Since the adoption of the Bangkok Declaration on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific in December 2013, the region has changed immensely. At the time, leaders from around Asia and the Pacific, a region at the forefront of the world's innovation and economic growth, pledged to leverage its advantages toward protecting people and the planet. Bangkok Declaration, adopted after the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, renews the region's commitment to promoting multilateralism and international cooperation, strengthening partnerships for sustainable development, and upholding the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. But now, Asia and the Pacific are facing its biggest shared challenges on the back of cascading socioeconomic impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, raging geopolitical conflicts, and the climate crisis. Some 85 million people have been pushed back into extreme poverty by the pandemic alone. Millions more losing their jobs or livelihoods, and a generation of children missing precious time on education. In the declaration, governments promise to leave no one behind, as well as place women and youth at the heart of development. They further reaffirm the importance of trade as an engine of inclusive growth, protecting the planet, enhancing regional connectivity, and exploiting technological opportunities. At the heart of solutions to these challenges is regional connectivity. So, for this upcoming panel, we mean to ask, what are the connectivity challenges for Asia-Pacific countries that have been highlighted in recent times? How can regional cooperation efforts to improve transport connectivity strengthen the effectiveness of the emergency response to crises and other large-scale disruptions? How can regional cooperation improve energy connectivity through regional strategies to enable energy security and climate action? Please join me in welcoming our panel of esteemed thought leaders, Salim Raihan of Dhaka University in Bangladesh and head of SAINM, who's joining us online, Rajneesh Singh, Regional Vice President, Asia Pacific of the Internet Society, and Nuki Ageutama, Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Energy. Thank you all for joining us today. For today's format, I'll be asking you each one question, and we'd ask that you take about 5 minutes to respond. So my first question here is for Salim Raihan. Currently, despite crucial recent progress, transport connectivity in Asia and the Pacific is faced with multiple shocks of various natures and severely affecting countries in underprivileged circumstances. What are your views on the recent progress in seamless transport connectivity in the region, including the completion of large-scale projects like the Padma Bridge, and your assessment of the persisting obstacles and thus priority areas for strengthened regional cooperation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. I must thank the organizers for inviting me. This is a very, very pertinent question. We all agree on the need for connectivity. And specifically, the question is asked about the transport connectivity. But when it comes to transport connectivity, we need to take into account its connection or its kind of linkages with other forms of connectivity. Especially, we heard about the energy connectivity, digital, and other forms of connectivity. Otherwise, this simple mere transport connectivity would not be really that meaningful. Even within the transport connectivity, there are various modes of connectivity. We know that in order to make it effective, we need to take into account those multimodal forms of connectivity. But I would really like to highlight the point that when we are talking about this transport connectivity and the kind of challenges in the Asia-Pacific countries, and probably I'll be talking in relation to the recent developments in Bangladesh, the Honorable Moderator, he asked me to respond to that, especially the construction of Padma Bridge. What is the bigger picture? Especially whether countries are convinced and the stakeholders are convinced about the bigger picture, what kind of gains would be out of this connectivity, and whether if they are convinced about the gains, whether they are ready to take up the challenges and address some of the very important challenges, which I would be highlighting now. So I think when we talk about this bigger picture, there are some political economy issues as well, because it's not simply the transport connectivity. It's not just simply building the infrastructure, but also the bilateral relations among the countries. Also, there are different sizes of countries in the Asia-Pacific region. Some of the smaller countries, they have the kind of fear of being dominated by the larger economies, because sometimes when you talk about connectivity, it is part of the bigger trade facilitation kind of agenda. And there are some fears of the smaller countries that the trade facilitation is actually the import facilitation, because when it comes to reducing the trade cost, when the smaller countries, and especially some of these least developed countries, they don't have very diversified export basket, or they are heavily dependent on import. They have a fear of being kind of dominated by the other countries who actually may be able to increase their export to these smaller countries. So I think all these political economic context need to be taken into account as well. Now, coming to the point on the Padma Bridge, I think this is one of the biggest achievements Bangladesh has done so far on this construction of this huge bridge over one of the biggest rivers in this region, Padma. And then I think this has paved the way of addressing some of the challenges which can boost up the regional cooperation in this region. If we look at Bangladesh, Bangladesh is almost at the center of the sub-regional initiative, what you call BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. Or even if you consider BIMSTEC, then Bangladesh is almost at the center. So whatever Bangladesh does with respect to connectivity, with respect to developing this, what we call the regional public goods, regional infrastructure, I think this will be immensely helpful for boosting the regional cooperation in this particular part of the world. And when the South Asian countries, we know that in the South Asia, when it comes to regional integration, we are not really doing that great. But when it comes to deeper integration in this part of the world, that will actually help to achieve larger integration in the Asia Pacific region. I think this is a point which I really like to make. Now, in terms of the priority areas, definitely we need to look at the bigger picture, and we need to be convinced. In that case, important research, important policy documents would be extremely important. And also highlighting the areas where we need investment for developing the related infrastructure to have this transport connectivity. But many of the countries, they suffer from lack of resources. And I can tell you from the experience of Bangladesh, when they were trying to build this big bridge, Padma Bridge, there were challenges, especially to mobilize resources when the domestic resource mobilization is not that great. But I would like to mention two other points very quickly. One is that it's not only the resources which should be important, but at the same time, how do you implement these big infrastructure projects? Because many of those countries, they lack capacity in implementing, especially the issues of cost overrun, time overrun would really hamper some of the, or undermine some of the potentials of gains out of these big connectivity projects. But when we are talking about the big picture, we need to take into account the whole nexus of trade and investment. And if the connectivity, transport connectivity can be a stimulus to this trade and investment nexus, I think that will be the most extreme important point to understand the bigger picture and to convince the important stakeholders to invest on this transport connectivity and to achieve larger economic cooperation. I'll stop here, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Raihan. The next question goes to Vice President Singh. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of digital technologies in some Asia-Pacific countries. Could you share some country examples of how digital technologies were used to mitigate the pandemic's negative effects, and how regional cooperation through the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative could facilitate wider digital technology adoption to bridge the digital divide?
Thanks, Winston, and it's a pleasure to be here in person after so long. Quite right to say that the pandemic created an acceleration in the adoption of digital technology. Technology, and very specifically the internet, I think played a critical role, which is one reason why we need to keep it open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. Many of us, I think, got used to hearing two things: the ability to work from home during the lockdowns, and for students, learning from home. However, neither of those were for everyone in the region, as I will come to shortly. Perhaps the most visible use of technology was the use of the now ubiquitous QR codes anywhere and everywhere to check in and check out, as a means to lack the track of potential spread of infection. Countries across the region, from China to Thailand to Australia, were quick to implement that. Even today, you can see those QR codes in shop fronts and restaurants, though it appears we don't use those anymore like we used to in the early days of the pandemic. The other very highly visible use of technology was probably the adoption of digital payment systems. Digital payments were already widely used in the region. However, the pandemic, I think, accelerated that even further. The Malaysian government, for example, used digital payments as parts of its e-Penjana economic recovery plan. But the COVID pandemic also encouraged people to use contactless methods for payments, and all around the region, I think we have seen rapid adoption by consumers and businesses alike. And I would say that this will stay on as the new normal, of course. But with all the successes we have seen and the great role technology has played, we have not been without challenges. The fact that there was greater adoption of digital technologies was also a pain point for many. Those who didn't have access to digital technologies were probably the ones who needed the most help, and many were left out, particularly rural and underserved areas and marginalized and minority communities. The slide that Tiziana put up with those dark patches in Asia Pacific, I think, really showed us that. For a while now, I have been concerned about new and emerging digital divides, and I think the pandemic also brought this issue to the fore. The internet continues to underpin the use and adoption of digital technologies. Having access is important, but so is being able to afford it and use it. That goes to the cost of access that ranges from subscription costs to the cost of devices and the necessary digital literacy skills. Even in developed countries in the region, there were challenges for those learning from home. Students might have had access, but schools and teachers were not able to pivot to online learning in the manner expected. My own country, which is regarded as an advanced developed country in the region, faced this issue, and students were quite affected. So it's not only about access and infrastructure, but also the means to take full advantage of all that is there. And I think that is a challenge in itself. This is also why I think the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway is an important initiative, and I personally, as well as my organization, have supported it since its inception. It also needs greater support and championing by member states, as well as the many stakeholders who can help make a difference. I think we all know quite well the role digital technologies plays and can play in everyday life, but we need to ensure that we have the policies and processes in place to ensure that no one is left behind. We also have to recognize that there is no one solution or template that will fix everything, particularly with the diversity of member states in the region. That calls for innovative approaches to policymaking and employing all means available to improve digital connectivity, including complementary access solutions and a regulatory environment that facilitates development. A regulatory environment that asks why not instead of saying you cannot. This is also where regional cooperation can make a difference. At past ESCAP events, I have highlighted my 4 Cs: collaboration, cooperation, coordination, and a common understanding. That is even more relevant today, and as we look at social and economic recovery from the pandemic and the various other challenges facing the world, that is far more relevant today than it was the first time I spoke about my 4 Cs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Our last question today is for Executive Director Utama of the ASEAN Center for Energy. Energy connectivity helps to improve energy security, access, and overall affordability. At the same time, countries in our region need to significantly increase the share of renewable energy in their power systems to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 7 targets and longer-term Paris Agreement goals. The ASEAN member states have a long-standing goal of integrating their power systems into the ASEAN power grid. How do you see this effort contributing to deploying renewable energy resources in Southeast Asia?
Thank you, Winston, and thank you for inviting me, Your Excellencies. The Southeast Asia power grid, we do have a potential interconnection, which is based on our study, the latest study, the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Studies 3, proving that it is technically feasible as well as economically feasible. Under the base case, there will be approximately 3.5 gigawatt grid-to-grid interconnection capacity up until 2025, and pushing ASEAN renewable energy target in 2025 will require 19 gigawatt interconnection capacity. This capacity expansion through the proposed interconnection are again technically feasible, but grid strengthening is required. And the potential commitment to establish the priority projects under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation Phase 2 on the ASEAN power grid up until 2025. With the interplay between the build cost and the production cost, the total cost of this potential in the target scenario will be roughly the same as the baseline scenario. For the base, it is estimated that around 90 1,000 renewable energy jobs will be created in 2040, and the renewable energy target of the ASEAN may generate around approximately 100 to 200,000 renewable energy jobs, both on the lifetime and on direct and including the indirect. And under this ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation target, significant potential for avoided fuel in 2040. Approximately, we counted 49 million tons coal is being reduced, 2.1 million tons of oil, and 13.6 thousand million cubic natural gas, reducing the dependency on the region on imported fuel and increase the energy security, and of course, definitely increasing the affordability of the people to purchase the electricity. A bit on impact of the operation and different thermal generation technologies was emphasized to be observed through the reduction of the emission owing the increase of the energy variable renewable energy penetration. Those are the potential as well as a bit of the challenges. But I want to say also on the current status of this interconnection in ASEAN power grid. In June this year, we successfully being connected multi-countries between Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and up until Singapore, approximately around 100 megawatt. I think this one a very good success story coming from our region. And based on this study, this M3 studies, we're going to having a potentially more than 13 gigawatts throughout the 10 member state up until 2040. And those are very big potential. And again, the challenges will be that it needs definitely to harmonize both technical and non-technical standards. Regulation should be improved in order to incorporate all of these stakeholders' interests. And of course, the market system between the ASEAN member states, in addition to the new financing, will be required to upgrade the system so that it can optimize the trade between countries. Stop there. Listen, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very, very enlightening and informative insights. So that brings us to the end of this panel today. I'd like to ask the audience to join me in thanking all our panelists today for sharing their insights and experiences with us. At this time, I pass the floor back to His Excellency Vice Chair Armin Isatov.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cho, and thank you for our speakers. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to the country statements under agenda item 2B. And I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of longer statement, you may deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Delegation in the room may request to speak by raising their country nameplate and will be called upon to speak from their seat, while delegations online would need to click Raise Hand function in the Zoom. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for the country statements. The first speaker is our distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation, His Excellency Russian Ambassador to Thailand, Mr. Evgeny Tomikhin. Please, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые делегаты. Сегодня практически все страны, члены комиссии, стоят перед лицом серьезных вызовов в обеспечении поступательного экономического развития и осуществлении повестки 2030. К сожалению, агрессивная политика части западных элит, направленная на удержание мира в рамках однополярного устройства, и сохранение своей гегемонии сопряжена с системными просчетами и в макроэкономической, энергетической и продовольственной политике крупнейших стран Запада, применением ими нелегальных ограничений, ну и так далее, что, по сути, разрывает ткань глобальной экономики и негативно влияет на социально-экономическую ситуацию во всех регионах мира. В этих условиях еще большее значение приобретает партнерское взаимодействие под эгидой ESCAP, являющееся залогом поддержания поступательной динамики экономических интеграционных процессов в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе, обеспечения стабильности его экономики и продвижения государств-членов комиссии по пути реализации целей устойчивого развития. Страны АТР стремительно превращаются в новые центры экономического и технологического роста. Их преимуществом является отмечаемый в последние годы рост ВВП на 5% и еще более впечатляющие цифры за 2021 год. Как крупнейшая евразийская держава, Россия заинтересована в успешном будущем Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона и всего мира в целом. Наша страна играет значимую роль в содействии международному развитию. Несмотря на пандемию коронавируса и влияние негативных тенденций глобальной экономики, Россия продолжила предоставлять официальную помощь развитию развивающимся странам. Ее размер сейчас составляет около $1 миллиарда, что сопоставимо с допандемийными показателями. Крупнейшим направлением российского содействия международному развитию стало списание долговых обязательств, более 44% такого объема помощи в 2021 году. По сути, это вклад в расширение базы производственных инвестиций. Весомый вклад в повышение динамики экономического развития в АТР и устранение факторов неравенства способен внести Евразийский экономический союз. Все его члены – Армения, Белоруссия, Казахстан, Киргизия и Россия – на деле ощущают интеграционные эффекты. Постоянно растет доля взаимной торговли в общем объеме торговли Союза с внешними партнерами. По сравнению с январем 2021 года объем внешней торговли товарами государств-членов ЕАЭС с третьими странами увеличился на 63%, причем вырос как экспорт на 76%, так и импорт на 40%. Первостепенная роль в обеспечении экономической связуемости принадлежит сектору транспортных перевозок. Нашим вкладом в укрепление транспортной связуемости в региональном и межрегиональном контексте является реализация транспортных проектов содействия СКАТа. Общий объем добровольного российского финансирования на эти цели составляет более $6 миллионов США. Ценим и намерены и дальше наращивать наше сотрудничество в рамках заключенных под эгидой комиссии 3 транспортных соглашений. Принимая во внимание международные тенденции последнего времени, следует повысить внимание к проблематике продовольственной безопасности. Россия ответственно и добросовестно выполняет и продолжит выполнять свои обязательства по международным контрактам в части экспорта товаров сельского хозяйства, удобрений, энергоносителей и другой критически важной продукции. Хорошо осознаем значение поставок социально значимых товаров, в том числе продовольствия, для социально-экономического развития государств Азии и других континентов и регионов для выполнения целей устойчивого развития. При этом хотел бы отметить, что не следует взваливать всю вину на Россию в связи с проблемами на мировом продовольственном рынке. Российские делегации на различных международных площадках неоднократно аргументированно доказывали, что продовольственная инфляция вызвана в первую очередь перекосами в глобальной экономике, системными ошибками в макроэкономической, энергетической и продовольственной политике крупнейших западных стран. Климатические катаклизмы, пандемия и масштабные антироссийские санкции обострили эти негативные тренды, усугубив процесс разбалансировки глобальных рынков, прежде всего аграрной продукции. С учетом всего вышеизложенного считаем необходимым особое внимание в ходе дальнейшей практической работы комиссии уделить следующим направлениям. Первое. Минимизация шоковых воздействий негативных макроэкономических факторов на экономическое пространство АТР, в том числе за счет преимуществ цифровизации и поддержания благоприятных условий для инвестиционного взаимодействия. Второе. Использовать синергетическое сочетание усилий авторитетных региональных интеграционных объединений, таких как Евразийский экономический союз, Шанхайская организация сотрудничества, АТЭС, АСЕАН. Третье. Обеспечить торговую транспортную связуемость и энергетическую безопасность в регионе. Четвертое. Расширять сотрудничество в области здравоохранения, в частности, в обеспечении доступности вакцин. Пятое. Использовать потенциал сотрудничества на уровне субрегиональных и местных властей. Господин председатель, в заключение хотел бы подчеркнуть следующее. Принципиально важно добиваться поддержания на площадке ИСКАТа благоприятных условий для совместного поиска конструктивных подходов к решению насущных экономических проблем региона, выравниванию уровней социально-экономического развития, реализации повестки 2030. Руководствуясь именно такими подходами, Россия намерена и дальше участвовать в партнерском сотрудничестве в рамках комиссии. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, our distinguished delegate, Ambassador of Russia, for your statement. So our next speaker is country Pakistan, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal, Minister for Planning, Development and Spatial Initiatives, by video. So I will ask our Secretariat to play the message. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, eminent delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the onset, I would like to highlight that devastating flash floods in Pakistan since June 2022 have washed away roads, homes, crops, leaving a trail of deadly havoc across the country. Official estimates that more than 33 million Pakistanis, 1 in 7, have been affected by the historic flash flooding. This calls for a united effort by the international community to help Pakistan during this calamity. Pakistan's contribution to the global warming is less than 1%, but it is the 7th most climate vulnerable country in the world. The recent torrential rains and flash floods, in particular in the northern areas of Pakistan, have emerged as a new threat to regional connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, regional connectivity is one of the main focus areas of Government of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Pakistan Vision 2025 lays down a foundation to put Pakistan on a fast development track. The vision is based on 7 pillars, the 7th pillar being about regional connectivity, with the ultimate goal of transforming the country to become one of the top 10 economies of the world by 2047 by leveraging its locational advantage. Pakistan is located at the crossroad or intersection of 3 engines of growth in Asia: South Asia, China, and Central Asia. We have embarked upon various infrastructure development programs to enhance regional connectivity and improve the efficiency of transport and trade logistics sector. Our vision is to provide safe, reliable, affordable, and modern means of communication that effectively support the economy and act as a catalyst for socio-economic growth. Pakistan is committed to the UN agenda for road safety. National Road Safety Strategy, approved in 2018, aims at saving thousands of lives by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is committed to the idea of regional integration. We have engaged and will continue to engage our neighboring countries through bilateral and multilateral road transport agreements. Pakistan has a firm belief that for effective and sustainable relations, both infrastructure and operational connectivity have equal roles. Pakistan is already a party to UN Intergovernmental Agreement on the Asian Highway Network and Intergovernmental Agreement on Trans-Asia Railway Network and key member of CAREC initiative, while for the other we have bilateral or multilateral road transport agreements with China, Iran, Turkey, Afghanistan, and other Central Asian republics. As a strong proponent of regional integration, we are happy to become part of an agreement on creating favorable conditions for international road transport under the framework of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Dear colleagues, Our government, in collaboration with China, has initiated China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. CPEC is not just a bilateral project between Pakistan and China. It will serve as a fate changer for the entire region. CPEC will improve the quality of life through social and economic interventions. It also seeks to establish special economic zones which will create tremendous trade and economic opportunities. The development of Gwadar Port and the construction of eastern, western, and central alignments of CPEC will connect all the provinces of Pakistan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to connect the regions, the development of required infrastructure and provision of the legal framework are of paramount importance. The countries in the region should consider aligning their infrastructure development activities with other neighboring member countries. Although legal frameworks in terms of bilateral and multilateral agreements have been developed to a large extent, there is a need to remove the barriers to the practical implementation of these agreements. Moreover, the role of private sector investment is vital for the development of an efficient and well-integrated transport system. The member countries of ESCAP region may coordinate with each other to build the capacity of public and private sectors. Adoption of uniform standards and harmonization of border and customs procedures will also help improve regional connectivity. In this regard, using internationally recognized TIR and CMR conventions will be very helpful. I am delighted to share that Pakistan has also ratified TIR convention. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my statement by wishing this very important gathering a live and prolific discussion that shall be remembered as a right step towards a better and more prosperous future for our people and more meaningful cooperation where vision serves the promotion of ESCAP in all possible aspects, and I believe we can make it. Thank you.
Thank you for the statement for His Excellency, Ministry of Pakistan. And our next speaker is delegation from India. And please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. As the world is slowly recovering from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, it is imperative to act towards rejuvenation of global economy. International cooperation towards enhancing connectivity and opportunities in trade and commerce play a vital role in reviving the economy to a great extent. Connectivity is itself an economic multiplier. COVID-19 has further emphasized the need for a more resilient, reliable supply chain. Robust connectivity within and between Central and South Asia is rooted in our history. India has taken various steps to strengthen the connectivity within. The Prime Minister Gati Shakti National Master Plan, launched in October 21, is envisioned to provide multimodal connectivity infrastructure to various economic zones of the country for seamless movement of people, supply chain, and services. As a part of the PM National Master Plan, India plans to develop 22 Greenfield Expressway, 23 key infrastructure projects and other highway projects, and 35 multimodal logistic parks. The role of transport connectivity in emerging and empowering people and ensuring inclusiveness and equality in Asia-Pacific region is significant. India is focused towards developing a sustainable, efficient, and safe road infrastructure network for accelerating regional connectivity. the inclusive socio-economic growth along with environment-friendly, accessible, and citizen-centric mobility. India continues to implement a number of initiatives to strengthen its road transport connectivity and enhance regional connectivity, particularly in the Central and South Asia, East Asia, by way of developing connectivity, developing road transport infrastructure, negotiating bilateral and regional motor vehicle agreements, and promoting initiatives for standardization of transport system. Motor vehicle agreements for regional connectivity like Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, BBIN motor vehicle agreements. India, Myanmar, Thailand motor vehicle agreements are at various stages of deliberations and subsequent implementation. India has taken a proactive initiative in connectivity with SCO member states, which has emerged as an influential regional association in the Eurasian region. The Prime Minister of India at the first assembly of the International Solar Alliance in October 2018 had given a clarion call for connecting solar energy supply across borders at the mantra of one sun, one world, one grid. This mission is poised to play a major role in harnessing the tremendous potential of solar energy and will connect about 140 countries through a common grid that will be used to transfer solar power and thus will help in reducing dependency on conventional source of energy. India imparts great emphasis to enhance the physical connectivity and bring greater economic benefits to all in an equitable and balanced manner. Expansion and strengthening of regional connectivity are integral part of India's economic and diplomatic initiatives. However, India is of the firm view that connectivity initiatives must be based on universally recognized international norms, good governance, rule of law, openness, transparency, and equality. They must be pursued in a manner that respects sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegation of India, for your statement. Before moving to the next speaker, I would like to urge one more time all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes because we have a long speaker list today. And I also would like to remind delegation that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. So our next speaker is a delegation from China. We are online. Please, China delegation, you have the floor.
尊敬的主席先生，各位代表，互联互通是实现区域一体化和可持续发展的基础前提，也是 ESCAP 合作的重要领域。ESCAP 多年来推动亚太公路网、泛亚铁路网、亚太陆港、亚太信息高速公路、亚太电力系统、互联互通建设等方面取得了积极进展，为深化区域互联互通做了大量卓有成效的工作。中方提出"一带一路"倡议，是加强互联互通合作的共赢之路。"一带一路"倡议提出9年来，中方已同140多个国家和30多个国际组织签署了200多份合作文件，以重大项目和工程为引领，"一带一路"基础设施建设不断取得新成效，为亚太国家发展不断的带来新机遇。中老铁路全线开通，老挝实现了从陆锁国 变成陆联国的夙愿。雅万铁路、中泰铁路等项目取得关键进展，瓜达尔港正逐步成为区域物流枢纽。哈萨克斯坦有了直通太平洋的出海口，马尔代夫拥有了自己的跨海大桥。中欧班列持续稳定运行，连续27个月单月开行1000列以上，为促进亚欧经济复苏做出了贡献。连接中国西部和东南亚国家的陆海新通道实现沿海联运班列常态化运行，开行数和货物贸易量快速增长。根据世界银行数据，一带一路经济走廊下的交通基础设施项目若全部实施，可使沿线国家间的贸易量增长2.8%， GDP 增长3.4%， 全球贸易量增加1.7%， GDP 增长2.9%。这些合作进展为亚太地区深化互联互通、应对共同的发展挑战发挥了重要作用。中方愿同 ESCAP 各成员及秘书处深化在交通、能源、通信、贸易等领域的务实合作，共同推动亚太国家构建更加紧密的互联互通伙伴关系，为深化区域经济一体化和可持续发展注入动力。谢谢。
Thank you very much to our delegation from China for your statement. And our next speaker is delegation from Indonesia. We are online, so Indonesian delegation, please, you have the floor.
The Excellencies, Ministers and Chairman, and distinguished member states delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure today to convey the country statement of Indonesia. In line with the global economic recovery from the pandemic COVID-19, the Indonesian economy managed to accelerate by 3.69% by the end of 2021. This achievement shows that Indonesia has risen from the economic contraction that occurred in the previous year. In first quarter of 2022, Indonesia continued the momentum at 5.01%. This significant growth has proven that the government of Indonesia is on the track to creating a sustainable and positive economic wave. This exceptional economic performance is due to the effectiveness of the National Economic Recovery Program, which consolidates the government and various stakeholders in managing the COVID-19 crisis by encouraging business continuity and economic resilience in various sectors, together with health services and social activities. We are truly optimistic that through these current strategies and plans, Indonesia could manage its economic growth and stability and evade the threat of the middle income trap. However, this recovery momentum must be maintained, mainly from various risks, challenges, and any future disruptions in the medium-long term, one of which is related to the issue of seamless and sustainable connectivity. On this special occasion, we would like to highlight some of Indonesia's current efforts in developing transportation connectivity, energy connectivity, and digital connectivity within the region. Ladies and gentlemen, with the resumption of public mobility post-pandemic, we noted the need and importance to have seamless and sustainable public transportation connectivity. To support this agenda, the Indonesian government has adopted the National Strategic Project that prioritizes critical infrastructure projects and strategic programs, including the development of public transport connectivity, toll roads, airport, and seaport by adding incentives to the project. This program has benefits not only to supporting our national connectivity, but also enhancing regional transportation connectivity. Distinguished member states, energy transitions are inevitable and must be faced. The sustainable and clean energy transition is one of the 3 priority issues for Indonesia G20 presidency this year. In adherence to that, Indonesia stands firmly committed to creating collective efforts to foster the clean energy transition. In realizing sustainable energy, Indonesia government put extensive attention upon the new renewable energy industry, which reflects on the Indonesia target of 23% renewable energy mix production by 2025, and the adoption of National Determined Contribution, or NDC, during the COP26 in Glasgow. This NDC became a real commitment and national strategy to achieve clean energy and climate resilience future through bilateral and regional cooperation. In achieving the net zero emission target by 2060 or sooner, a significant emission reduction in the energy sector is close to zero. Indonesia has also planned comprehensive mitigation actions for 2050. The aforementioned plans and strategies complement the government of Indonesia's development of a green economy as a key to accelerating the post-pandemic economic recovery. Indonesia has several compensations and incentive policies such as clean energy acquisition, energy transition mechanism, conversion of fossil energy sources, carbon trading, and carbon taxes. Bilaterally, Singapore and Indonesia has also closely collaborated on this front through energy cooperation in developing renewable energies. Ladies and gentlemen, complementing our green plans, we are delighted to report on the development of digital connectivity. Government of Indonesia is developing the National Integrated Fiber Optic Ring Network and a multifunction satellites, which upgrade the national digital network capacity, backbone network resiliency, and increases national internet exchange point. These 2 networks are also connected to the international landing points. In addition, we expect further digital infrastructure development in Indonesia since the groundbreaking of more than 1 big-scale data center in Batam Island, Indonesia. The Excellencies, Indonesia's G20 presidency encourages us to foster our effort in digital transformation and sustainable energy transition. We realize the urgency for collaboration or collective actions among related stakeholders is required more than ever before. Next year, Indonesia will be chairing the ASEAN, and we commit to continue strengthening the role of Asia in the global economy. We have identified 3 working clusters as the overarching guides: recovery, rebuilding, digital economy, and sustainability. In conclusion, we encourage all member states to discuss the Green Power Corridor initiative and call upon all member states to carry on the good collaborative relations within the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you to our delegation from Indonesia for your statement. And our next speaker is a delegation from Uzbekistan. Please, you have the floor, Uzbekistan.
Приветствую всех участников, уважаемый председатель, уважаемые министры. В настоящее время Республика Узбекистан двигается в расширении своей транспортной составляющей и выстраивает очень эффективную систему транспортирования как ключевой фактор экономического развития. В настоящее время система транспортирования транспортных коммуникаций является как бы основой развития трансазиатских и евразиатских транзитных перевозок через Центральную Азию. В свете последних событий, насколько после подписания декларации ШОС, в рамках ШОС было принято решение по строительству альтернативного коридора, который будет идти до пакистанских и иранских портов. что облегчит для республики выходы непосредственно к морским портам и увеличению внешнеторгового оборота между странами. Данный вопрос дает приоритет развитию железнодорожного транспорта, также других моментов логистических составляющих, которые будет непосредственно положительно на развитие не только одной страны, но также развитие региона. В данном сегменте оказывает содействие как техническая, так и национальная, это международная организация для развития именно транспортной составляющей государства. И на сегодняшний день мы можем сказать то, что страна движется в активном поиске внешних партнеров по развитию своего логистического рынка и развитию транспортных коридоров. Так как страна имеет несколько направлений, это северо-северо-западное направление, восточное, юго-восточное, и в основном транспортные коридоры и наша транспортная инфраструктура обладает определенными конкурентными преимуществами. Это географическая близость ко всем странам Центральной Азии, Афганистан, также наличие общей транспортной сети и транспортного сектора, плюс емкий рынок транспортных услуг, а также высокий потенциал торгово-экономических связей, кооперации и интеграции со странами. И хотелось бы особо еще отметить то, что постпандемийный период действительно дал очень мощный толчок развитию цифровой логистики, цифровой коммерции. И в данном сегменте, опять же, страна движется тоже по своему направлению, привлекая все больше и больше, вовлекая больше и больше в внешнеторговые операции именно во внешнеэкономическое поле, именно по цифровому развитию. И сейчас в настоящее создается ряд платформ, которые направлены именно по оказанию услуг в цифровой логистике. И страна, опять же, заинтересована в поиске новых партнеров во внешних рынках, так как страна в настоящее время постпандемийное развитие, она показывает определенный рост, и производственная составляющая в настоящее время уже требует как бы новых и новых рынков сбыта и новых как бы партнеров по бизнесу. В целом страна заинтересована в большем развитии по направлению развития внешних коридоров, и страна заинтересована в тесном сотрудничестве с ближайшими странами, соседними государствами, а также государствами транзита по вопросам перевозок, и всегда открыта к диалогу. Благодарю за внимание. Спасибо.
Thank you very much to our delegation from Uzbekistan for your statement. And our next speaker is delegation from Bangladesh. Please, Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, Bangladesh, with its resilient growth over more than 1 decade, combined with a policy push to establish transport and energy connectivity with neighboring countries, has created a tremendous growth opportunity for the transport and energy sector, which is also instrumental to attaining the SDGs in Bangladesh. We also demonstrated our ability to move swiftly towards more automation and innovation to maintain functionality and resilience during the pandemic. In this background, we see regional cooperation as the most viable option for shared prosperity. Distinguished delegates, we have full confidence and support to the implementation of the BIMSTEC Master Plan for Transport Connectivity, and also Regional Action Programs 2022 to 2026, adopted by the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. Distinguished delegates, the 8th five-year plan of Bangladesh, which started in 2021, has incorporated the framework provided in the SDGs to address the challenges of social inclusion, economic development, environmental protection, and integration of ICT as enablers in all our planning documents. Distinguished delegates, in connection with the Asian Highway, which has 3 routes of the length of 1,744 kilometers in Bangladesh, there were only 2 missing links on AH1 of the Asian Highway network in Bangladesh, one over the Padma River and another over the Madhumati River. With the opening of Padma Bridge and completion of the Kalna Bridge, there are no missing links, and thus uninterrupted connectivity has already established. The construction of the 9.83 kilometer long Padma Bridge, which opened on 25th June 2022, has ensured a smooth and integrated communication system with the southern part of other regions of the country by connecting the Asian Highway. The Padma Bridge, the longest in Bangladesh, has also paved the way for putting in place in a new route for the Trans-Asian Railway Network, which Director Ren already mentioned in Secretariat presentations. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are combining our national efforts in designing a multimodal transport system that is resilient to any future shock by developing both hard and soft infrastructure. In this respect, our Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, in her special remarks on the 78th Commission session, also highlighted our government's priorities and support for the ESCAP's initiatives of the Asian Highway, Trans-Asian Railway, Information Superhighway, and other initiatives. We also approached to join another sub-regional connectivity initiatives, which is Thailand, India, Myanmar Trilateral Highway in our sub-region. Excellencies, the government of Bangladesh has given top priority to the development of both primary and secondary energy with a view to achieve the SDGs and Vision 2041. We have already formulated Integrated Power and Energy Sector Master Plan 2021, considering fuel diversification, clean energy, and climate change. Our target for power generation capacity is 40,000 megawatt by 2030 and 60,000 megawatt by 2041, where 15% will be made from renewable energy and power trading. We have brought 100% population of the country under electricity coverage. At present, more than 6 million solar home systems have been installed in the country, which is one of the largest programs in the world in terms of quantity. In line with the requirements of SDG Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and Goal 13, which is climate action, we are developing our largest development project, Rupur Nuclear Power Plant project, which will produce safe, secure, sustainable, and reliable electric power at affordable cost and contribute in reducing the greenhouse gas emission, thus combating climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Power Sector Master Plan 2021 of Bangladesh, we have planned to import 9,000 megawatt electricity from neighboring countries by 2041. As a part of that initiative, Bangladesh has started importing electricity from India. Bangladesh is also in consultation with Bhutan and Nepal for power trading among the countries through the formation of regional grid. The current state of the power and energy sector of Bangladesh is conducive to accelerated economic growth, poverty reduction, and social development. However, ensuring a sustainable fuel mix is a challenge for the country. Technology transfer and manpower development are also vital issues for the energy sector. Bangladesh will appreciate the technical, legal, institutional, and financial cooperation from development partners and international agencies for the successful transition of Bangladesh to ensure energy security. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to our delegation from Bangladesh for their statement. I would like to one more time to remind about the time limit of 3 minutes, and also would like to remind delegation that in case of longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Thank you for your understanding. And our next speaker is delegation from the ECO. Please, you have the floor.
Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have my voice.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Good morning and good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to address this important ministerial meeting on behalf of the transport sector of the Economic Cooperation Organization. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the ESCAP for inviting ECO and making necessary arrangements for this very important meeting. Through my statement, I will try to be loyal to the theme of this session as it rightly reflects the realities and our causes in the area of pandemic. Pardon? The answer to the question necessitates examining the past practices that have proved to be insufficient in securing the supply chains and uninterrupted connectivity on our planet. As per experience and studies, there are several major global and regional challenges that are and will affect the future of transport that need to be addressed collectively. Some of the major global challenges are as following. Of course, I've summarized these and I will provide you with the full text of my statement later on. The first challenge is the over-dependence on a single mode of transport. The second, global uncertainty. Third, increasing expectations for rapid delivery of goods. 4, technology adaptation and integration. 5, enhancing the data networking. 6, proactiveness and responsiveness. 7, environment and climate change. 8 is safety and security. And 9 are the local and regional challenges that are affecting the supply chain and transit and connectivity. Apart from the issues and challenges of global magnitude and that emerge in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, there are enduring obstacles, including investment and finance, coordination, border capacity, non-coordinated closure of borders, visa issues, permits and quotas, discriminatory behaviors, fueling, air connectivity, road and rail missing links, outdated infrastructure, and administrative harmonization, and some illegal practices and lack of skilled manpower that need to be properly addressed in any future planning with regard to enhancing regional and global connectivity for a seamless transport system. Financial contribution and investment by the international banks and development agencies are very instrumental in addressing the mentioned challenges, and ECO is ready to join hands with them to effectively conduct projects and programs to help the development of regional and international connectivity, particularly for the landlocked countries. The study projects conducted by ECO Secretariat have sorted out some of the opportunities, challenges, and bottlenecks of connectivity in the region and provided a pool of knowledge and bankable data for the international community. The operational and technical challenges of connectivity cannot be solved properly and timely without strong will and practical commitment of all the stakeholders and in particular governments. The connectivity policy of ECO has always prioritized corridor development approach over isolated initiatives, and in developing the infrastructure, inter-regional and international connectivity has been a guiding principle. The ECO mandated the economic development of its member states, and in particular the transport sector, has embarked on implementing a number of strategic road and rail connectivity projects in the region, including but not limited to completion of missing links and establishment of Almaty-Bandar Abbas and Almaty-Istanbul rail corridor, establishment of Kazakhstan-Turkmenistan-Iran railway corridor, and a joint study which have been recently conducted with the ESCAP for commercialization of the KTI corridor, completion of missing links and establishment of Islamabad, Tehran, Istanbul rail and road corridor, establishment of Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Iran rail and road and rail corridors, and two new road corridors that are in the initial phases of establishment within ECO framework, that are Kyrgyz Republic, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran road corridor, and Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Turkey road corridor. The ECO Secretariat is also cooperating with its member states and its international partners to address the aforementioned challenges, and in this framework welcomes any initiative and proposal for joint collaboration on strengthening sustainable connectivity in the whole Asia and in particular the ECO region. We value our outstanding partnership and collaboration with ESCAP and willing to expand bilateral cooperation with the latter. At the end, I would like to once again express my gratitude and appreciation to ESCAP for organizing this important event and wish the meeting to achieve all its goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our delegate from the ECO for your comments and for your statement. Now our next speaker is from the TRESECA, Mr. Goran Andreev, border crossing expert. Please, I would like to remind you about the time limit one more time. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Permanent Secretariat of Intergovernmental Commission TRESECA brings together 13 countries along transport corridor Europe, the Caucasus, Asia, that offers important alternative for Euro-Asian transport links. The transport along TRESECA corridor is characterized by movements across several countries and changes of modes of transport. Therefore, to ensure seamless transport connectivity, it is of utmost importance to increase the border crossing efficiency and enable favorable conditions for multimodal transport. Wide range of supporting activities have been undertaken on TRESECA level, including studies, reviews, workshops, trainings, and pilot projects organized in cooperation with several partnering international organizations. Some of the latest activities to support transport connectivity are related to digitalization in transport and customs. For example, use of electronic SIM SNGS railway consignment node, digitalization of customs transit procedures. While significant progress in digitalization on national level could be noted, supplemented with several bilateral initiatives, the coordination of digitalization efforts and actual electronic information exchange on wider corridor level across different jurisdictions is still challenging. Since there are multiple ongoing initiatives on digitalization in international transport, we would like to use this opportunity to stress importance of collaboration in related projects. In that regard, the Permanent Secretariat of Intergovernmental Commission TRASECA is ready to continue and further strengthen cooperation with ESCAP and other partners for initiatives that could complement each other. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to our speaker from the TRASECA for your comments and statement. So for our morning session, the last speaker is in my list today is ITF, Mr. Young Tai Kim, Secretary General, International Transport Forum, by the video message. So I'll ask Secretary to play the video.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. It's my honor to be here today to participate in the third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much for the invitation to the important event. Connectivity increases interactions, productivity, competition, and market opportunities between countries. Transport connectivity is fundamental to the increase of regional competitiveness, as it can promote economic growth, social integration, development, supply chain efficiency, and resilience. While striving for connectivity enhancement, it is also important to pay attention to reducing the environmental and climate impact while increasing safety and efficiency by applying sustainable transport and logistics solutions. Sustainable and seamless connectivity can enhance the resiliency of the transport systems, developing a transport system that is prepared and resilient to system shocks, such as climate impacts, COVID pandemics, and wars, conflicts, is essential for the increasingly interconnected societies and economies. As shown in the ITF report, enhancing connectivity and freight in Central Asia, implementing appropriate policy measures can greatly enhance transport connectivity and compensate for distance and being landlocked. Next year in early 2023, the ITF will launch a new sustainable regional connectivity study focusing on Central and Southeast Asia regions. This new study will identify potential connectivity gaps in the future for the two regions and benchmark the national freight transport policies against OECD best practices, focusing on opportunities to reduce CO2 emissions from the build and use of the infrastructures. This new study will also provide recommendations on how to close the potential connectivity gaps through both hard and soft measures and how to improve the sustainability of current and future transport infrastructure and their levels of resilience. Countries are still in the phase of recovering from the pandemic. It is critical to consider the long-term impacts of recovery measures on the overall resilience and sustainability of transport system and how well they can address future disruptive events. Therefore, ITF jointly with ESCAP, we have developed COVID-19 recovery guidelines for freight transport connectivity. The ITF is ready to contribute to strengthening regional connectivity in the Asia and Pacific region while enhancing greater sustainability and resiliency. Thank you very much for having me. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much to our speaker from ITF for sharing his message and for his statement. So this brings us to the end of the proceedings for this morning. I adjourn this meeting and proceedings will resume this afternoon at 14:00. The meeting is now adjourned.
We're done. Thank you very much.
Food gets easier.
So, good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. We shall now take up agenda item number 2C, entitled Towards an Inclusive Digital Future. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP/MCREI /2022/4. This agenda will be introduced by keynote ministerial statements, followed by the introductory presentation by the Secretariat and a brief panel discussion before proceeding to country statements. I would now like to request the Secretariat to play the video message from His Excellency Mr. Baghdad Musin, Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan.
Dear Ms. Armida Sasya Alizjabana, distinguished guests and participants, on behalf of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan and myself, let me extend my sincere gratitude to the UN ESCAP for creating dialogues to strengthen regional cooperation. We highly appreciate the cooperation with the Commission, especially within the framework of the MOU we have signed this April between the Ministry and ESCAP. Kazakhstan is currently conducting a hearing state policy based on the principle of creating value for each member of our society. In this endeavor, our ministry is on the spearhead of digital transformation. The basic principle here is to establish a digital system that is human-centric. Before digital transformation, we have gone through a big stage in which virtually all public services have been automated, so the citizens could fully enjoy the simplicity of e-services that government has to offer. At this moment, 94% of these services are provided online. With the new stage, we are currently on our way to further transform the public services and switch to platform-based model of public administration. Under this framework, we create new opportunities for everyone, including small and medium-sized businesses, to get on board and offer their goods and services. We believe that the capacity built up through analytical and policy-related work of the proposed Digital Solutions Center for Sustainable Development supported by ESCAP would have a multifold set of effects. Specifically, the joint work will further strengthen sub-regional cooperation in Central Asia and beyond, provide practical solutions for digital transformation, deployment of e-services aligned with the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan 2022-2026. In this regard, I express my gratitude to the Commission's IDD team for the technical support and studies. We are open to continue our close bilateral discussions on widening our regional economic cooperation and integration in mutually beneficial areas, and to deepen cooperation with different divisions of the ESCAP Secretariat. Thank you and wish you all successful work.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Baghdad Musin, for your comments. And now I would like to request Secretariat to play the video message from His Excellency Mr. Arif Ali, Governor of Reserve Bank of Fiji.
His Excellency Baghdad Musin, Minister for Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry, Kazakhstan. His Excellency Wu Yang-cheng, Vice Minister of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, and as we say in Fiji, Pula. It gives me great pleasure to address you all today, and I wish to express my gratitude to the Under-Secretary General of UN ESCAP for this opportunity. I'd like to start with a statement by the late Prime Minister of Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto, who stated that the Internet, and by extension technology, is a great equalizer that has the potential to improve social equality more than any development in our history. In times of crisis such as the recent global pandemic, and in the aftermath of destructive climate events where physical movements are limited, digital financial services enabled by technology have come to the fore as a cost-effective, safe, and reliable means of both reaching and sustaining the vulnerable and the excluded segments of the population. In Fiji, this was evident by the surge in mobile money usage by businesses and people alike following the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. During this period, government dispersed over $250 million in relief assistance through mobile money wallets, resulting in a spike in active mobile money customers. In addition, we witnessed an unprecedented surge in inward mobile money remittance, which reached 22.2% of total remittances. At the national level, the Fijian government is committed to embracing appropriate and new technologies across multiple sectors of the economy under its 20-year development plan. In recognizing technology's pivotal role in building resilience and promoting diversity through financial deepening, digital financial services is one of the 4 priority pillars in Fiji's recently launched Third National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which has been aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. As part of this journey, the Reserve Bank is continuing with its reform to modernize and upgrade its national payment system after the passing of the National Payment System Act in 2021. In implementing the bank's strategy on innovation, a fintech regulatory sandbox was established in 2019 with 11 fintech applications recorded to date, and 3 firms currently are experimenting the solutions. To support the MSME's activity in e-commerce, Reserve Bank has also introduced a subsidy scheme for aggregators to help address the cost of transitioning to online trade. In terms of key lessons, the first in our experience is drawing on our convening power as central banks to facilitate and advance inclusive digital transformation. We have this tool at our disposal, and it is important that we use it effectively. Secondly, obtaining government commitment through an enabling legal and regulatory framework is also vital. Competing priorities and resources can delay implementation, so we have learned to reach out early for government's buy-in. Thirdly, for a small developing island nation with lack of scale constraints, we have acknowledged the need to undertake a regional approach for some of our digital financial services initiative. Examples of this include the Pacific Regional Regulatory Sandbox under the Alliance for Financial Inclusion and a proposed eKYC framework under the South Pacific Central Bank Governance Network. Lastly, building an inclusive digital ecosystem requires collaboration across a range of stakeholders and especially international development partners, including the UN. In recent months, the United Nations Capital Development Fund, with the support from the Australian government and ADB, launched the Pacific Islands FinTech Innovation Challenge in order to attract local and global fintechs with market-ready solutions to address regional challenges for developing digital ecosystem. In addition, at the height of Fiji's second COVID-19 wave last year, UNCDF, in partnership with government and financial sector players, launched the Parametric Insurance Scheme, a first for Fiji and the region. The product is also currently being piloted under RBF Sandbox. Looking ahead, we recognize the vital assistance from development partners such as ESCAP towards building inclusive and resilience. And on this note, we invite ESCAP to consider support for innovation facilitators to accelerate our digital transformation journey. This includes support for innovation hubs, accelerator programs, and public-private partnerships. In addition, we believe that ESCAP can assist in addressing key structural limitations for developing an inclusive digital ecosystem through digital financial literacy promotion and expanding connectivity to reach the last mile. I wish to reiterate the key message from Fiji's experience in effectively using a convening power and strengthening collaboration at all levels with government, the private sector, and development partners. Digitization presents real potential to expand basic financial services and improve the livelihoods of the most vulnerable population. As central banks, with the appropriate support, we have an integral responsibility in making an inclusive digital future a reality for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Arif Ali, for your presentation. Next, I would like to request the Secretariat to play the video message from His Excellency Nevin Chochayantip, Vice Minister for Digital Economy and Society, Thailand.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society of Thailand, it is a great honor to be a part of the third Ministerial Conference on regional economic cooperation and integration in Asia and the Pacific to deliver the keynote address under the theme Toward an Inclusive Digital Future. Digital transformation has been the defining feature of the pandemic and has accelerated the digitalization of economies and society at an unimaginable pace. With access to digital world, people have been able to benefit from online learning and e-health solutions, while digitally enabled businesses have been able to continue to operate and trade through access to digital finance. And e-commerce digital technology help our people to access essential education and healthcare and run their businesses. To achieve an inclusive digital future, we need to put in place the building blocks of digital economies and societies. These building blocks must include achieving digital connectivity for all, increasing the digital literacy and skills of vulnerable groups, and providing e-commerce solutions to the base of the economic pyramid. Excellency, distinguished delegates, let me highlight the flagship projects of Thailand to drive our country toward an inclusive digital future. Thailand launched the Digital Economy and Society Development Plan, or Digital Thailand Plan, which is aligned with our 20 years national plan as a framework to utilize digital technology for the national economy and social development. It will enable the country to fully leverage digital technology and all its potential to harness infrastructures, innovation, data, human capital, and other resources in a bid to mobilize national economic and social development, as well as inclusive connectivity for all. In order to promote the digital economy development and bridge the digital divide, infrastructure preparation is one of the top priorities of Thailand. The Ministry, in collaboration with the Office of National Broadcasting and Telecommunication Commission, has developed the Village Broadband Project to provide free public Wi-Fi hotspot throughout the country to connect people in remote areas. It provides equitable and affordable access to information and e-services which can improve the quality of life of people in remote areas. Apart from infrastructure development, digital skills are vulnerable assets in today's digital society. COVID-19 has accelerated digital transformation. Digital skills, therefore, are needed. Thailand has consistently recognized the significance of digital skills and has continuously implemented its development, which has resulted in the success of over 40,000 people across the country. To complete this, Thailand set 3 strategies for digital skill development: reskill, upskill, and new skill, to build manpower up for the upcoming digital era. We have pushed forward initiatives to drive these strategies. For instance, the Coding Thailand project. This project provides an online learning platform for young children to promote digital technologies and computer science, as well as to practice critical thinking skills and prepare them for future demands of digital skills. With regards to digital transformation, Thailand has established the Government Data Center and Cloud Services, or GDCC, to provide cloud services and open data for government agencies. Through the GDCC, each agency has access to digital resources on demand and can exchange data across departments in a standardized and systematic way, which promotes the government utilization of big data at a lower cost. More importantly, digital laws and regulations, especially cybersecurity, personal data protection, and electronic transactions, are already enacted in Thailand as to contribute to a more conducive environment for enhancing digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, realizing an inclusive digital future will require us all to work closely together. Thailand called on ESCAP Secretariat to facilitate policy dialogues and exchange of experiences among member countries at different stages of digital development, and to carry out policy research and analysis, provide technical assistance and capacity building to support ESCAP members states in developing inclusive digital policies, strategies, and initiatives. Thailand also calls on members and associate members of ESCAP and international organizations to continue working together and support the work of ESCAP to advance the region towards inclusive and sustainable digital economies and society in Asia and the Pacific, as we will leave no one behind. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Nevin Chochayantip, for your statement. Now I would like to request the Secretariat to play the video message from His Excellency, Mr. Park Yun-kyu, Vice Minister of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to share the Korean government's vision for a new digital order to harness an inclusive digital transformation. The Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol stressed in his speech at the United Nations General Assembly that genuine freedom and peace can turn into reality when we are free from deficiencies. President Yoon pointed out that one of the most urgent tasks for the global community and the UN is promoting global cooperation to narrow the digital divide, which exacerbates polarization between nations. The President also unveiled the New York Initiative and highlighted the need for a new digital order as we embrace digital transformation. The New York Initiative is a vision for the new digital order to realize humanity's universal values, namely freedom, human rights, and solidarity through digital tools. I would like to go over the main points of the initiative. First, we have to work together to build a reasonable, self-regulating mechanism to ensure that digital technologies contribute to promoting freedom and are used to uphold humanity's universal values. Second, everyone should be guaranteed to have fair access to digital data, use digital data to uphold justice, and create economic and social values from them. Third, digital ecosystem should be open to anyone, and we need active support to improve digital access and convenience. Fourth, we need to redefine what work and job will look like in the digital era where humans and AI will coexist and deliberate upon ways to address digital harm. Building on such principles and values, Korea, as an exemplary nation that achieved digital innovation, established the Korea Digital Strategy for shared global growth and prosperity. The Korean government will strive to further promote humanity's universal values while creating economic values and bringing innovation to the social safety net. We will share the developments and achievements in implementing the Korea Digital Strategy with the citizens of the world. Next, I would like to briefly introduce some of the Korean government's policy efforts to make the visions of the digital order from the New York Initiative a reality. First, policies to enhance connectivity. Second, policies to foster a data ecosystem. Third, inclusive digital policies. In our drive towards hyper-connected future, the Korean government recognized connectivity to be one of the key factors. Since we launched commercial 5G services in April 2019 for the first time in the world, we continuously expanded 5G coverage and improved the quality of service. Much economic value is being created with quality local 5G networks to support the needs of different institutions. Korea has strived to increase 5G connectivity in rural areas with low population density and expanded free Wi-Fi in public places while deploying Wi-Fi in subways using broadband spectrum. In order to lay the foundation for developing data industry and boosting data economy, the Framework Act on Data and the Enforcement Decree have been in effect since April this year in Korea. In September, the National Data Policy Committee has been launched to oversee data policy. Under the committee, diverse policies including regulatory innovation for the development of emerging industries like metaverse have been implemented. In addition, a new system ensuring the legitimate right of data entities has been established. My Data System and Anonymous Data System have been put in place to foster the safe use of data without violating personal data. The Korean government has strived to establish digital platform government, thereby innovating public services. A digital platform government aims to first build critical infrastructure to lay the foundation for creative public services based on the private sector's innovation capabilities. Second, improve public services drastically, for example, by providing customized services. And the third, establish a system where data is used safely with trust. The digital platform government will integrate the private sector's innovation capabilities to respond to various risks and social problems fast and flexibly. Lastly, digital inclusion policy to ensure that every Korean citizen enjoys the benefits of digital technology without leaving anyone behind. Digital learning centers have been operated across the country so that everyone can be educated on how to develop digital capabilities. To guarantee universal access to digital technologies, telecommunications network has been expanded and digital devices have been provided. Also, welfare services based on innovative ICT, such as Smart Senior Citizen Community Center, have been demonstrated for the disadvantaged population. Furthermore, Korea has made active efforts to enact the Digital Inclusion Act as the legal framework for systematically implementing digital inclusion policy. In the UN Secretary General's report announced in June 2020, the need for building an inclusive digital economy and society has been highlighted as one of the main tasks. As the supporter and partner for upholding the UN values, Korea has provided the path in the new digital era through the New York Initiative. I would like to ask everyone here from all over the world to participate in the new digital order proposed by Korea. The Korean government will do our best to ensure the New York Initiative goes on to foster national innovation. We share the outcomes of digital innovation with the international community and contribute to global co-prosperity. I hope everyone in the world, including the Asia-Pacific region, will be able to share the benefits of ICT development. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Park Yun-kyu, for your statement. I would now like to request the Secretariat to play the video message from Ms. Mira Taiba, Chair of the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, Secretary General of the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Indonesia.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to UN ESCAP for the initiative to organize the third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific, gathering multi-stakeholders' views to share and discuss ideas on the effort to capture the boundless opportunities of an inclusive digital future. I also would like to convey my regret for not being able to join you and for not being able to stay for the whole session. At this juncture, I wish to address the questions from the committee on how digital aspects of the priority areas of the Indonesia G20 presidency, namely connectivity, digital skills and literacy, as well as data, could be more inclusive. Furthermore, the role of regional cooperation in enhancing digital inclusion. The Indonesia G20 presidency is grateful to chair the first Digital Economy Working Group, or DEWG, and to host its series of meetings. While there was divergent views and position on issues under the DEWG platform, the G20 member states shared the same vision that the three priority issues of the EWG under the theme Achieving a Resilient Recovery, working together for a more inclusive, empowering, and sustainable digital transformation is highly relevant to us. Digitalization, data, and inclusivity are pillars to build a solid digital communities as well as to bolster socio-economic development. The rapid growth of digital technology also plays a key role to advance our collective effort to expedite post-COVID-19 recovery and to enhance the resilience of our societies. On this note, regional cooperation and multi-stakeholder cooperation in general is greatly important to encourage digital inclusiveness. Cognizant of the cross-cutting nature of digitalization, triple helix collaboration among the ABG, academicians, businesses, and government need to be put into practice even more. Businesses and industries, along with experts, academicians, have always been key collaborators for the government to ensure that public policies, including digital-related policies, could benefit the people at all levels of society. When the experts, academicians provide us with guidance, insights, and innovations necessary for digital development, business private sectors might support the government with their capable resources, including human capital, technology, and investment. Solidarity among nations within a region is also of importance, as there is a compelling need in the region to bring meaningful digital opportunities to all, in particular to older people and youth, women and girls, as well as marginalized people, so that present and future participation in the digital society will be more inclusive. narrowing the digital divides and creating new digital opportunities by strengthening digital connectivity infrastructure, digital technology and applications, as well as big data usage, are the key common challenges. Recognizing the importance of the Bangkok Declaration on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific that has been adopted in the first Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific in 2017, Indonesia continually enhances and promotes cooperation in developing an inclusive digital economy and society to boost prosperity and growth in the region. The Indonesian government is looking forward to a stronger, cohesive, collaborative effort between Asia and the Pacific countries in achieving an inclusive digital future. I wish you a fruitful and enriching discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taiba, for your statement. This includes the ministerial statements under this agenda item. I would like now to invite Mr. Jonathan Wong, Chief Technology and Innovation Section, Trade, Investment and Innovation Division, to the rostrum to introduce document ESCAP/MCREI/2022/4.
Thank you very much, Chair. Slides, please. Great. A defining feature of the post-pandemic world is the digital transformation that has permeated into every aspect of our lives. However, while the digital technologies have been a lifeline to many during the pandemic, many have been left behind. In this context, inclusion must be at the heart of digital policies and strategies if the promise to leave no one behind is to be met. Document ESCAP/MCREI/2022/4 contains an overview of emerging policy options for steering the Asia-Pacific region towards an inclusive digital future. The core challenges to achieving an inclusive digital future are reviewed, with a focus on issues related to 5 core foundations of digital economies and societies, namely internet connectivity, digital skills, digital identification, digital finance, and e-commerce. Additionally, the document contains information on government approaches to channeling investment and data into digital economies and societies. Members and associate members may wish to A, share national experiences, including effective practices and lessons learned, in promoting an inclusive digital future. B, indicate the types of support that may be required from the Secretariat to promote an inclusive digital future, both nationally and regionally. C, consider the recommendations, actions, and initiatives highlighted in the present document to advance an inclusive digital future, both nationally and regionally. And last but not least, identify new and priority policy issues related to inclusive digital development that the Secretariat should address in greater detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Now I would like to invite Ms. Yuni Hyung, Senior Digital Technology Specialist, Digital Technology for Development, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department, ADB, to moderate the panel session under this agenda item. Mr. Jong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Distinguished delegates and excellencies, the Asia and the Pacific is a multiverse when it comes to digital transformation. While the region hosts global leaders in 5G rollout, digital government, and innovative startup communities, over 2 billion people in the region are still offline due to unaffordable and unreliable digital services and lack of necessary skills and capacities. While the COVID-19 pandemic has prompted a digital big bang in many corners of the digital economy, Pandemic-infused digital transformation has also opened up new disparities, producing winners and losers and widening the gap between leaders and followers. Ensuring that the digital transformation does not become another driver of inequality is a key policy priority as countries start to rebuild and mitigate adverse impacts from a multi-crisis world. So against this background, this panel session focuses on the following questions. First, what are the emerging opportunities in the digital economy, and how can countries use them to diversify and build resilience to crisis? How can regional cooperation and strategies be used to develop digital capacities for building inclusive and sustainable digital economies and societies, and to leverage opportunities created by market integration and digital connectivity? To share their insights, I'm joined by two experts representing key building blocks as well as stakeholders of the digital economy. First is Tina Jabin, president of the Bangladesh Startup Consortium. And Tina is also a founding managing director and former CEO of Startup Bangladesh. And she has over 25 years of experience with private equity and venture capital firms in Silicon Valley. And she currently focuses on government policy and program development and gender lens investment. Our second panelist is Kim Zitlow, director of the FDI Center. Kim is an experienced business advisor with over 15 years of experience in strategy consulting, foreign trade and FDI, and startup advisory and ecosystem building. Formerly, he was a director for startups and digital ecosystems at Germany Trade and Invest, the economic development agency of Germany, where he assisted tech startups coming to Germany and German tech startups entering the foreign markets. In terms of the session format, I'll kick off by asking each panelist a question, and each panelist will have 5 minutes to answer. And with time permitting, we may ask a follow-up question. So the first question goes to Tina. I believe Tina is joining in person, and I hope she's ready. So Tina, how do you see the role of tech startups in supporting digital inclusion? And from your vantage point as someone who's building the startup ecosystem, what's the role of regional cooperation in doing this?
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank ESCAP for inviting me to speak at this session. I think startups have played a pivotal role in digital inclusion in countries like Bangladesh, where I have spent almost last 6 years working with the startup ecosystem. And also regionally, I think startups are playing a pivotal role. Very quickly about Bangladesh, the macro picture, it's about 167 million people, and where the country is very young. More than 50% of the population is under 35, very tech-adaptable young population. Startups have done such a fantastic job in providing services such as education and health, in using fintech to bring in financial services to the folks who doesn't have a bank account, and also to logistics and mobility. Especially during COVID, startups have really geared up, and especially in the area of education. Just a very quick stat on the startup ecosystem in Bangladesh. I'm using Bangladesh as an example because that's where most of my time has been spent in the startup ecosystem. So startup ecosystem really is in a growth stage in Bangladesh, where they have brought in about $750 million of FDI investments into the local startups, and also generated 1.5 million jobs directly, indirectly. Just a comparison, in the RMG sector, which is the the highest export sector in Bangladesh, there is 4.5 million jobs. But startups itself, it's a very new startup ecosystem, but it has brought in already 1.5 million in direct and indirect jobs. So we can see that, the potential that startup has to affect, every sector in every sectors, and also, every levels of lives, including the have-nots and the last-mile clients. Also, the other thing is, during COVID, MFS have grown significantly. Right now, 2 out of 3 accounts are MFS accounts. 11 million transactions, dollar of transactions happening, in total 270 million per day. And all of these are also kind of driven by, many of the activities of startups, especially e-commerce. Startups such as Chaldal, which is, grocery platform, such as, Patao, which is a Uber-like bike platform, local Bangladeshi startups. And, they are all bringing in, putting in, creating employment for young professionals and also, young blue-collar jobs. 2,000 jobs were created in e-commerce sector, and most of them were during the COVID era. 300,000 are expected to be generated, jobs created by 2025. Also, how is startups helping the gender divide, right? Almost 70% of the women founded businesses right now are in F-commerce, using social media, using digital payment. The cloud kitchens are using, employing lots of women, women who are who otherwise were not working, were just, basically being homemakers. So, they are doing all these in different ways, in different industries. Startups are bringing in, all these different players, gender, unemployed youth, into the digital inclusion area. I will just mention a couple of startups as an example, how this has helped. One is iFarmer, and this has been one of the very early startup that was mentored and supported by ESCAP's CWE program back in 2019. iFarmer was an early stage startup, and it was mentored and supported by ESCAP and also the other local accelerators. And today, iFarmer is connecting almost 74,000 farmers with 40,000 agri retailers, and also it is now a growth startup where it is bringing in foreign investments. They also got funding, recent funding. On the other side, mental well-being side, Moner Bondhu, a startup which is providing mental well-being services to RMG workers. Apon Wellbeing is a startup which is providing daily essential shop essentials to the RMG workers, because it's hard for them to go to the shops after they finish their work. So the Apon Wellbeing are actually, these are shops where you can make electronic orders and then pick it up on your way back. SoulShare is another startup where it's affecting 40,000 lives, bringing in clean tech, reliable energy. And this has been, SoulShare, it is a startup, but using the government platforms, the infrastructure to bring clean energy to about 40,000 lives. Shujog is a startup which is using the shops into the homesteads of rural women, and where these women can make orders, and which is brought in by the Uber-like delivery. I want to finish with one comment, and that is, all of these success stories are enabled because government and different governments and for this one, it's Bangladesh, they have provided infrastructure, digital rails to, make this possible. But at the same time, UN organizations such as ESCAP and UNCDF, they are providing different type of capacity building, a different type of mentoring, knowledge platforms, so that these startups, very, very nascent ecosystems can grow. And I think that, more importantly, regionally, what we can take away from these type of sessions, discussions, is that, let's share the best practices, let's implement the best practices in different countries in this region, and of course, localizing it so that it brings the best result. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina, and thank you for illustrating the pivotal role that startups played during the pandemic, as well as the role of international corporations in enabling the exchanges, as well as building capacities. Now, the second question is for Kim. Kim is joining us online, right? So Kim, the role that foreign direct investment, or FDI, can play in economies developing their digital economy is only just starting to be fully understood. So FDI and things like digital infrastructure, digital technology adoption, digital businesses have been exploding in Asia and the Pacific. So based on your experience advising government and investment promotion agencies, what kind of action needs to be taken at a regional as well as a national level to boost this type of investment flow?
Yeah, hello from Germany. So thank you, Yuni, for the question and also the kind introduction. Yeah, digital FDI is really a fairly new topic for investment promotion agencies, and many still struggle to understand the needs of expanding companies in the digital economy and how to best serve them. Therefore, I am very grateful to be invited by ESCAP to this event and speak about the potential for countries in Asia Pacific in attracting digital FDI. So first of all, I also want to thank Tina for this very helpful introduction into the topic of tech startups, the different shapes and forms of these startups, and also the impacts these startups can have on societies and economies. So this will definitely help better understand the remarks that I want to make in order to answer your question. So I have two remarks, and I will elaborate on them, and I present practical recommendations for IPAs. So my first answer, it is paramount for governments to empower their investment promotion agencies to build the necessary capacities to attract digital FDI. This relates to three dimensions: the availability and quality of dedicated staff inside IPAs, the investor service portfolio of IPAs, and the strategic direction of IPAs in attracting digital FDI. So, what does dedicated staff mean? IPAs need to recruit staff which share the mindset of digital entrepreneurs and understand expansion patterns of companies such as tech startups, software companies, and other digital service providers. Those people have optimally worked in the digital economy before. Further, IPAs should not misunderstand that those staff can be easily placed alongside other staff in industry teams. Instead, IPAs should form separate teams which pool their resources around digital investor needs. How do investor services differ between regular and digital FDI? Well, digital businesses and tech startups rely on human capital. Access to talent, not land, is paramount. Digital, not technical skills are demanded. These may be even acquired outside formal education institutions such as universities and can be acquired through self-learning or on-the-job training. Further, access to the local digital ecosystem is important for those companies, whereas geographical proximity to customers often not so much. But digital businesses also require different and often unconventional forms of communication, which then needs to be handled by the IPA case managers. Convenience and speed matter. Why is the digital FDI strategy important? Expanding digital businesses are extremely flexible due to their relatively low capex needs. Therefore, differentiation and promotion of their USP is key for locations. And there may be different USPs for each type and subsector of digital FDI, such as e-commerce, digital finance, or blockchain, of which the latter require a strong regulatory framework or sandbox environments. Therefore, a digital FDI attraction strategy will help investment promotion agencies focus on the high potential subsectors, plan and allocate resources efficiently to maximize tangible results. Coming to my second remark. Secondly, governments and investment promotion agencies need to engage in cross-regional ecosystem building to facilitate the cross-border expansion of companies, inbound and outbound. Here I want to highlight two aspects, which are bilateral or multilateral partnerships and the political support of governments for enhancing its digital economy. First, while regional digital FDI flows are motivated by market opportunities and access to resources, they are largely facilitated by bilateral and multilateral partnerships between countries, fostering exchange with other ecosystems, initiating cross-border startup programs, joint business delegations, or event participations can be the spark for digital businesses to explore other regional markets and locations, as they will already have a network and trusted partners to start with. Remember, startup ecosystems follow the give first principle, which is a highly collaborative approach among startups, VCs, and other ecosystem enablers. IPAs can utilize this principle and contribute themselves with community building and market access facilitation. Which role does political support play? Oftentimes, the tech sector is an infant industry and rather small compared to traditional industries. Therefore, a lighthouse figure, for instance, a minister or even prime minister, can make a big difference by putting the digital economy on his or her agenda, inviting, for instance, tech entrepreneurs to join business delegations, or allocating sufficient funds to ecosystem enablers, such as investment promotion agencies or startup initiatives to develop the sector. In a nutshell, attracting digital FDI is most successful when IPAs have sufficient and well-trained staff, a well-crafted digital investment strategy in place, and its work is supported by country partnerships and political key figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for the insights that you've shared. To both panelists, just very quickly, I'd like to drill further on the role of regional cooperation and collaboration, especially in fostering the cross-border digital businesses that Kim has mentioned. And Tina sort of stopped shy of sharing the internationalization aspect of the startups. So how can regional cooperation and strategies can help fostering the startup ecosystem as well as digital FDI with the inclusion in mind or at the heart of the strategy?
Thank you for your question. Like I said in my earlier comment that, the best practices, the regional best practices can definitely be shared and implemented. Probably, institutions like, ESCAP can be the convener or the facilitator, and that can be implemented in the localizing it and into the respective countries. One example could be, we just saw, what's happening in fintech area in Fiji, which is, fantastic. They're kind of, streamlining their digital payment system. And for Bangladesh, we are almost at the final stage of implementing the interoperable digital transaction payment system. And many things come with that, the cybersecurity issue, the anti-fraud detection issues, the policies that needs to be placed to have an interoperable digital payment system. So if some country has done it already, we can learn from them. And I think in these areas, this is a very, very critical area for many of our countries in this region, and where these type of conference or sessions, discussions can play a huge role. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The other thing, very, very important, is the gender lens investments in general, gender lens. How we can bring in more women vendors into our procurement process. How can we have alternative credit ratings for women MSMEs so that the banks, traditional banks, can follow it and disburse the funds properly. Also, what are some of the best things that has worked for education, technology? How is another country doing it? Probably India doing it, or probably Nepal doing it. And I think that in the middle, we have institutions such as ESCAP, UNCDF, and other UN institutions, USAID, and these conferences can be a good place to learn and to take it further, so that whichever the country wants to implement it, there can be a discussion about it. So that's very important, that we are taking the best practices and actually implementing it into the respective countries. So learning from each other, and as a region, we can really come up together. I will probably stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Kim, so just building on that, right, the multi-stakeholder dialogues as well as exchanges that the players like ESCAP and Asian Development Bank is important, but I do wonder if there's a scope for further support and perhaps smoothing the inconsistencies. Tina mentioned interoperable payment system, but when you look at policy frameworks, whether it's trade, whether it's data governance, there is a lot of patchwork that's deferring or frustrating FDIs in the region. So I wonder if you could speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Yuni, for asking about these topics. So I would actually structure my answer here in 3 parts, with 3 practical examples, where actually I was personally involved, and which highlight, I think, quite well what can be done on an operational level to foster regional cooperation for startup ecosystems and developing a unified tech sector. And the first one is that it's important to create the platforms for discussion, platforms for exchange, where different countries can come together, share their experiences, share their best practices, but also discuss how they can harmonize policies when it comes to aspects that are relevant for the tech sector. So in Europe, an initiative called Scale Up Europe was initiated by France, President Macron, a few years ago. And as a consequence, a few working groups resulted out of that. And I was actually part of one of the working groups for talent attraction, and I represented Germany in that working group with all the other European Union member states. So we looked at this topic from different perspectives and shared our experiences. How to, in this case, for talent attraction, it was about the different rules and regulations when it comes to visa, then about the promotion of their own locations, but also the needs, talent databases, and so on and so forth. And it was very fruitful to have this discussion on a European level. Coming to a different level, and that is very operational. And for governments and ministries, it's important to enable their ecosystem stakeholders to actually be active on an operational level to cross these borders. It doesn't need to be on a policy level. So what we did, for instance, in Europe was I initiated a dual fix with my 3 colleagues from France, the Netherlands, and the UK. So the 4 countries came together every month, and we discussed how our startup ecosystem can benefit from each other. And it was about collaboration. It was about best practices, how to run startup programs to support our own startups going international or receiving capacity building, how we go to events, how we promote the sector internationally. But it was also about how do we attract these startups into our locations, and it was very collaborative. And the beauty of it was that we realized synergies through these discussions. In the first place, you can think of us as competitors, but we came up with complementary ideas where, for instance, when a German startup delegation wants to expand to France, then that counterpart would invite this delegation. And if you know the right people, if you have the connections on a very personal level, on a very practical level, then these bridges can be built, and this can facilitate, in the end, FDI, which is fantastic. Another aspect is joint event participation. So I initiated, for instance, a collaboration in the DACH region, which is Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And we wanted to go to one of the biggest startup events in the world, Slush in Helsinki, not just as individual countries, which we did in the past, but we wanted to showcase the region. So what we did is we initiated a joint platform at the trade fair, pool our startup delegations in order to create greater visibility. But on the other hand, we also fostered the learning and the exchange among the startups, which was very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for sharing an in-depth personal experience and also giving us hopes that bridging and creating bridges at multiple levels is feasible. So I think that's a time that's allocated to us. So we need to conclude the panel discussion. Distinguished delegates, please join me in thanking the panelists for sharing their insights. And at this time, I'd like to hand the floor over to Vice Chair Batsunber, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeong, for a very interesting discussion for today. So the next is the Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I just would like to make a small note and reminder about I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegation that in case of longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Delegation in the room may request to speak by raising their own country nameplate and will be called upon to speak from their seat, while delegations online will need to click the raise hand function in the Zoom. So we shall now continue with the country statements under agenda item 2C. I now open the floor for country statements. Our first speaker is delegation from Kazakhstan. His Excellency Mr. Kairat Torebayev, Vice Minister of Trade and Integration, Kazakhstan. Please, Excellency, have the floor. Okay, due to some technical issues, our next speaker is going to be a delegation from Mongolia, His Excellency Mr. Timur Amarsana, official designation, permanent representative of Mongolia to UN ESCAP. Your Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Ambassador Timur could not be here, so I will be delivering his statement on his behalf. I'm the counselor of the Embassy of Mongolia. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, further deepening regional economic cooperation and integration in the Asia-Pacific region is essential in confronting pressing socioeconomic challenges by offering opportunities to overcome protectionism, reduce inequalities, and tackle environmental degradation in the post-COVID era. The delegation of Mongolia applauds this year's meeting's focus on market integration in terms of trade and investment value chains and seamless connectivity in terms of transport, energy, and ICT. Seamless connectivity is achievable with all major economies of our region are now being connected by fiber optic cable. And as digital technologies are transforming economies and societies around the globe, the developing countries should seize the advantages of new opportunities. In this regard, I am happy to note that Mongolia was one of the pilot countries which completed the Digital Economy Kit, a holistic growth strategy that harnesses digital technologies throughout the economy, which was developed by the Pathways for Prosperity Commission on Technology and Inclusive Development. The kit processes have been completed in Bangladesh, Benin, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Lesotho, Malawi, Mongolia, and South Africa, in which each country would need to turn the strategy primer into action. For governments, this would involve political and budgetary processes. For the private sector, it would mean committing to new investments and business models. Thus, it is my great pleasure to announce that following the recommendation of the kit, the new Ministry of Digital Development and Communications was established early this year, with e-Mongolia platform being successfully launched in Mongolia. Hence, the fundamental laws of digital governance, such as the law on public information, the law on digital signatures, the law on personal data protection, and the law on cybersecurity have also been approved by the Parliament of Mongolia. Ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia appreciates ESCAP's support to members and associate members in enhancing regional cooperation towards an inclusive digital future. We attach great importance to the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022-2026, which provides for an action-focused plan for the future and promotes partnerships in regional cooperation in ICT. The Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development is a key ESCAP regional institute aimed at providing policy advice to review and develop national policies on digital skills development. And Mongolia will be happy to work with the institute on capacity building to leverage information and communication technology for the purpose of socioeconomic development. The introduction of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things is ushering the world into a new era of transition from a knowledge-based society to an intelligence-based society. In this regard, I would like to commend the Secretariat's work on ICT infrastructure co-deployment with transport and energy infrastructure in North and Central Asia, with a focus on 3 countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia, which provides considerations and recommendations for enabling and facilitating fiber optic cables co-deployment towards accelerating the development of the ICT infrastructure, bridging the digital divide, and achieving SDGs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to our delegation from Mongolia. So our next speaker is a delegation from India, Mr. Shri Praveen Kumar. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished fellow delegates. Information and communication technologies play a crucial role in economic and social development. Its role in the innovation economic ecosystem is now being recognized as a potential catalyst for growth in the present knowledge economy. By connecting people and places, ICTs play a crucial role in the national, regional, and global development. India strongly believes that the digital foundation, along with the availability of robust and secure digital connectivity, is one of the indispensable pillars of digital transformation of any country. Global improvements in digital infrastructure, connectivity, and technologies have grown humongous, but have shown humongous potential to bridge the digital divide, empowering and improving the quality of life of citizens worldwide. Almost half of the world's population still does not have access to the high-speed broadband and is hence deprived of access to virtual platforms like telemedicine, distance learning, e-payments, etc. Hence, it becomes crucial that we make digital revolution inclusive by creating an environment where nobody is left behind. India's National Digital Communication Policy 2018 envisions to support nation's transition to a digitally empowered economy and society by fulfilling the information and communication needs of citizens and enterprises, by establishing of a ubiquitous, resilient, and affordable digital communication infrastructure and services, including several universal access of broadband for all. India is implementing BharatNet, one of India's world's largest rural optic fiber networks to connect nearly 600,000 villages with broadband, facilitating digital inclusion and empowerment. India has also National Knowledge Network, which is an innovative, cutting-edge, robust, and secure network, which provides a centralized multi-gigabyte high-speed digital connectivity for research and educational institutions and government organizations spread across India. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly affected the businesses all over the world due to disruption in global value chain. On the positive side of it, the world has embraced digital transformation at a pace never witnessed before. The pandemic has resulted in societies and communities reimagining technology's critical role in how we work, learn, and live. India is a strong proponent of digital inclusion, which is a critical component of equitable society. Thank you.
Thank you very much to delegation of India for your statement. So our next speaker, if ready, is I would like to invite delegation of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kairat Torebayev. The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the third Ministerial Conference on Regional Cooperation and Integration in the Asian Pacific. Kazakhstan attaches a great importance to the expansion of trade and economic cooperation with the countries of Asian Pacific region. At the end of 2021, trade turnover of Kazakhstan with the world amounted over $100 billion and witnessed 17.7% growth comparing to the last year. During the 7 months of this year, it shows another increase of 36.9%, and we see that it will keep growing. We see that there is a big potential for growth with the Asia Pacific countries, and therefore we came up with a new idea to develop this trade. First of all, I would like to mention that Kazakhstan is the biggest country which has no access to the sea, so to say landlocked country. Therefore, we are limited to the border trade with all the countries we have common border with. Therefore, as I said, we developed this idea of creating kind of hubs on the border with different countries, including China, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and at the Caspian Sea with all other 5 member states. These hubs are created not to mitigate, so to say, the trade, to facilitate trade, but to create trade on the border itself and to use raw materials and resources of both countries. And therefore, I invite all the members of Asia Pacific region to explore this possibility and to improve the bilateral and multilateral trade in the region itself. So Kazakhstan is ready to support all the information, and I will share this information with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement and comments. Our next speaker is delegation from Pakistan. The speaker is His Excellency Mr. Ahsan Iqbal, Minister for Planning, Development and Spatial Initiatives. By the video message, please, Secretariat, play the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me immense pleasure to address this august event. On behalf of the Government of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, let me extend a warm welcome to distinguished delegates, and I wish that you all had a memorable time and fruitful discussions here. Excellencies, regional economic cooperation and integration are considered as major drivers of economic growth in the world economy. Information technology has assumed an enabling role in the emerging dynamics of knowledge society and knowledge economy. It is a key lever of economic development today. Pakistan's ICT sector has a promising future, brimming with talent, and has the potential to become the largest export industry in the country. Pakistan's IT vision is to put in place an accelerated digitized ecosystem enabling socio-economic development through expanded knowledge-based economy spurring economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are cognizant of the fact that the rapid adoption of information and communication technology is immensely important for the socio-economic development of Pakistan. Partnering with Pakistan, the 5th most populous country, means partnering with a huge repository of capable and talented youth. Pakistan has always been open in affiliating in all areas beneficial for humanity. It certainly includes technology as the preferred undertaking. Dear participants, Pakistan is making all possible efforts for the development of a knowledge-based economy and digitally empowered society through the adoption of inclusive, affordable, and sustainable technology. The government of Pakistan has launched several programs for IT professionals and young graduates to hone their skills through training and international certifications. Pakistan's ICT development is focused on empowering Pakistani youth through the availability of multiple opportunities to enhance digital skill sets. Dear delegates, the government of Pakistan supports all credible initiatives aimed at bolstering the digital economy and attracting foreign direct investment. The fast-track approach is being followed to facilitate local and overseas ICT companies. Pakistan has an open door policy and extends maximum facilitation to companies interested in business investment, growth in the IT and IT-enabled service sector, e-commerce, e-governance, and other IT-related verticals. The government is working hard to ensure pro-investment IT policy initiatives with an inclusive policy development process in the country and believes that the growth needs to be led by the private sector. Excellencies, with more than 19,000 registered ICT companies and over 600,000 ICT professionals, Pakistan's ICT industry counts the world's largest entities among its regular clients and is providing services to over 190 countries around the globe. The gig economy has surged in Pakistan in recent years in tandem with the growth of the local IT industry. This has been possible, among other reasons, due to consistent investment in telecom infrastructure. Over 85% of telecommunication infrastructure is on fiber optic cables, and internet access is available in over 2,000 towns and cities across Pakistan. Teledensity in Pakistan has crossed 88% with 198 million cell phone subscribers and 3G, 4G users totaling 119 million, which is about 53%. Broadband penetration is already over 55% with 122 million users. These fundamentals, combined with solid government support, have fueled the gig and ICT industry growth in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, trained manpower having expertise in the latest technologies has resulted in the development of a vibrant and dynamic freelancing industry in Pakistan. The freelancing industry in Pakistan is growing both in terms of number of freelancers as well as earnings. A well-developed infrastructure, even in the remote areas of Pakistan, has resulted in the development of the gig economy in those areas and provides job and business opportunities to Pakistani freelancers. I am pleased to note that Pakistan is ranked as the second largest supplier of online labor in software development and technology as per International Labour Organization Report 2021. Dear delegates, I would like to conclude my statement by highlighting that Pakistan's ICT economy has achieved consecutive stellar growth rates and is among the fastest growing sectors within Pakistan. This reflects confidence in the ability of Pakistan's ICT sector to deliver IT solutions and services. Pakistan believes that information and communication technologies can play a vital part in solving the current issues of the world. Pakistan is making efforts to ensure broadband coverage for all Pakistanis, which is necessary to reduce the digital divide and for enhancing digital skills and accelerating the adaptation of e-governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, delegation of Pakistan, for your statement. And next, our speaker is from delegation from Philippines, Mr. Philips Varila from Varlila from the Ministry of ICT. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Philippines is very glad to participate in this year's ESCAP ADB Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in the Asia and Pacific. The pandemic has proven that disruptions are inevitable, yet despite abrupt changes experienced in recent years, nations took this as an opportunity to boost connectivity, creativity in innovation and technology. Now more than ever, we have seen a surge in demand for online services. And with this, we need to respond to the growing need for pervasive and resilient digital infrastructure and services based on best practices and international collaborations that will allow nations to be better responsive to the needs of our respective citizenry and stakeholders. Digital technologies and applications are now available and are continuing to be improved to enable us towards digital transformation. Inclusive growth and development are certainly something that we all aspire for. In the Philippines, to boost the establishment of digital infrastructure in the country, reforms have been instituted through the recent enactment of landmark policies such as amendments to the Public Service Act and Foreign Investment Act, and the adoption of the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Law. Altogether, these laws attract new investments in key industries such as telecommunications and ICT. Parallel to these investment stimulus measures, the Philippine government is strengthening its digital connectivity initiatives. We have fortified approaches in building the National Broadband Program, now branded as the Broadband ng Masa, which produces the nation's digital connectivity, and the Free Wi-Fi for All program that provides free public Wi-Fi in all public places in the country. The Philippines, through multi-stakeholder engagement, presses on to develop and implement ICT initiatives and the regulatory responses that stimulate a vibrant ICT ecosystem. In line with this, the Department of Information and Communications Technology made it a mission to establish a 24/7 e-government service to simplify government transactions and eliminate corruption through programs such as the Digital Foundational ID System, branded as the Philippine Identification System or PhilSys, and the Electronic Business Permits and Identification System, among many others. These are strengthened further as the Philippine Legislative and Human Capital Development Agenda prioritizes e-government and e-commerce towards widespread use of ICT in the country by the government, businesses, and the citizenry. These are among the many strategies the Philippines has instituted to advance the digital ecosystem. With improved internet connectivity, we may realize improved governance, secured online access to public services, digitized government archives, and harmonized access to data across government offices. While rapid innovation in digital technologies is seen to boost economies, it may also widen the digital divide gap and create inequalities. It is therefore incumbent upon us to ensure universal connectivity and equitable access is available in order to ensure that no citizen is left behind. With that, let us collaborate and continue to share our best practices to ensure the predictability of Asia and the Pacific's digital future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegation of Philippines, for your statement. And our next speaker is delegation from China. We are online, so China delegation, you have the floor, please.
主席先生，各位代表，面对新一轮科技革命和产业变革浪潮，把握数字机遇，加快经济社会数字化转型，促进高质量和包容性数字经济发展，是亚太各国实现疫后复苏和可持续发展的关键路径。我们要持续完善数字基础设施建设，加快5G、人工智能、工业互联网等开发应用，加快数字技术与实体经济的深度融合，夯实数字化转型的基础。我们要加强政策支持和资金投入，将数字经济发展纳入国家总体发展规划，为中小企业等提供更加实用、廉价的数字化产品和服务，鼓励全社会加快技术创新。我们要重视数字经济治理， 建立健全数据安全监管体系，提升网络安全能力，为经济社会数字化转型营造良好的发展生态。近年来，中国的数字经济蓬勃发展。2021年，中国数字经济规模达7.1万亿美元，占 GDP 比重达到39.8%。中国已建成全球规模最大的光纤网络、5G 网络和4G 网络，成功推动数字技术在抗击疫情、脱贫攻坚和社会保障等领域的运用。中国积极参与全球和区域数字经济合作和数字规则制定，深入推进数字中国和数字丝绸之路建设，积极支持广大发展中国家的数字基础设施建设，帮助发展中国家弥合数字鸿沟。主席先生，各位代表，全球数字经济是开放和紧密相连的整体，合作共赢是唯一的正道，封闭排他、对立分裂只会走进死胡同。亚太国家应坚持多边主义，坚决反对将数据安全和技术问题政治化，并实施数字保护主义的行为，应共同营造开放、公平、非歧视的数字经济环境，实现互信、互利、包容、创新、共赢的数字经济合作伙伴关系，使每一个国家，特别是发展中国家，共享数字经济红利，在数字转型中不让任何一国掉队。谢谢。
Thank you very much to our delegation from China for your statement. Our next speaker is a delegation from Bangladesh. You have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, an unprecedented acceleration of digital innovation is seen worldwide in business, education, health, and supply chain, exploring productivity and driving growth in the new normal. In recognition of the long-term development challenges, in 2010, the government of Bangladesh adopted its Vision 2021 with the concept of Digital Bangladesh. With that line, the Honorable Prime Minister has also adopted the Vision 2041, aiming to end the absolute poverty, explore the opportunities of emerging technologies, harness the benefit of 4IR, and become a developed nation by 2041. Distinguished delegates, when the world is struggling to recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the conflicts around the world, our timely and prudent interventions helped manage the macroeconomic stability, and we maintained a commendable GDP growth over this period. I would like to highlight some key activities and initiatives taken by the government of Bangladesh towards an inclusive digital future, focusing on the 5 core foundations of digital economies. For example, digital connectivity, digital skill, digital identification, digital finance, and digital government. To ensure connectivity to the grassroots level, 3,800 unions have been connected with broadband internet using 28,000 kilometers of fiber optics cable. 18,500 government offices have been interlinked with a dedicated network. Our currently internet connection in our country is 134 million and internet density is 73%. Bangladesh joined the SMW4 consortium in 2005 and SMW5 consortium in 2017. The government is all set to set up the 3rd submarine cable in Bangladesh by joining the SMW6 consortium in 2024. Distinguished delegates, in the digital skill sector, we have trained around 50,000 young professionals, government officials, and people under rural communities in digital and emerging technologies, language, and business culture for targeted markets. Bangladesh has the 2nd largest freelancer community in the world, with nearly 650,000 freelancers working in an international outsourcing marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, in the case of digital identification, we have taken various steps. For example, we introduced Smart NID in 2016. Bangladesh is the first country in South Asia to issue a e-passport for all eligible citizens. Furthermore, the government made recognition of registration of birth online mandatory in January last year. Distinguished participants, we have earned significant growth in digital finance with over 100 million mobile financial service user and average daily transaction worth over 2 billion Bangladeshi taka over the last few years. Bangladesh has significantly grown in the digital economy with better access, inclusion, and consistently developing web population. The prospect of e-commerce has been splendidly growing for the last couple of years. E-commerce is largely aligned to the mobile financial service is as the mode of payment, which complements each other and demonstrates an incredible guarantee to develop. The e-commerce market reached taka to 70 billion taka in 2021. Distinguished participants, Bangladesh has taken different steps to ensure digital government. For example, MyGov platform, the largest integrated platform for all public services, has 1,700 digitized services and over 3.5 million registered users. To ensure accountability and transparency in public services, the e-Nothi system has been established. Furthermore, the government has established over 8,000 union digital centers in the lowest tier of local government to provide digital service delivery at the citizens' doorstep. Excellencies, our government, academia, and private sector, especially the technology companies and startups, have played an integral role in our COVID crisis response. During the crisis, we used homegrown digital technologies. The government used Central Aid Management System to distribute government humanitarian aid assistance during the crisis. Furthermore, we formed a logistic coordination working group with 70 e-commerce and logistic companies to maintain the supply chain of essential goods and services during the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has also emphasized the use of frontier technologies. A key component of the government Vision 2041 is creating an innovation economy. To materialize that digital transformation in every sector of the country by using the innovation of ICT, the government has taken the Smart Bangladesh initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has achieved tremendous progress regarding legal reformation. The government has formulated necessary acts, amended necessary acts, rules, and strategies for inclusive digital future. Excellencies, using digital technologies, Bangladesh tackled the pandemic with fewer deaths and contamination, and our economy regained its loss faster than most countries. Bangladesh was able to achieve positive growth during the pandemic. We see regional cooperation as the most viable option for shared prosperity. A systemic approach can be taken to scale the digital economy in this region further to drive shared economic growth and sustainable development. Collaboration between the regional countries can widen access in healthcare and education and create better livelihood opportunities in agriculture, finance, trade, and tourism. Excellencies, we are incredibly pleased to see our neighbor countries investing in their respective ICT sector and digital skills, similar to Bangladesh. We are looking forward to exchanging our knowledge and expertise so that together we can ensure a smooth digital transformation in this Asia Pacific. Bangladesh has learned from the current pandemic that we must move to all together to survive and prosper. Thank you all. Thank you for presence sharing.
Thank you to our delegation from Bangladesh for your statement. And our next speaker is delegation from United States of America. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to join other members of ESCAP and this Ministerial for today's discussion on securing an inclusive digital future in Asia and the Pacific. Closing the digital divide and expanding connectivity for all is our shared goal. The United States is deeply committed to a vision of global development that is inclusive, driven by innovation, and focused on these most in need. As Sustainable Development Agenda Target 9C notes, increased access to information and communications technology is essential for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. To that end, we are making ambitious, concrete pledges to support digital connectivity and bridge digital divides. Our commitments include the Digital Connectivity and Cybersecurity Partnership, through which the United States will provide technical assistance and capacity building to help developing country governments establish ICT policy and regulatory frameworks that enable a vibrant and inclusive digital economy. To date, the US government has invested over $47 million to these efforts, and through the Digital Invest program under DCCP, the United States is mobilizing private capital for digital connectivity infrastructure and digital financial services that strengthen open, interoperable, reliable, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems in emerging markets. Another example is the Federal Communications Commission, which through its International Visitors Program will offer expanded consultations, information sharing, and capacity building with regulatory counterparts from around the world. The Enhanced International Visitors Program will include sharing of best practices on US domestic efforts to close the digital divide, including gender considerations and on tribal lands. The Enhanced International Visitors Program will also include youth visitors and feature women, girls, and persons with specific needs. These are just two examples of the work that the US government is pursuing to support the vital goal of bridging digital divides, promoting sustainable, equitable, and transformational development through our digital ecosystems. We look forward to continuing this work in ESCAP through the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative, including by continuing to serve as co-chairs of Working Group 1, Connectivity for All with Armenia. Through this and other efforts, we look forward to creating a better connected world and greater opportunities for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speaker, delegation from United States of America, for your statement and warm comments. So from country statement, our last speaker is today. I would like to invite the PIFS for the statement. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The Executive Secretary for ESCAP, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, Secretariat, Mr. Henry Puna, we thank you for the invitation to this important regional economic cooperation and integration meeting as we reel from COVID-19. The pandemic has clearly exacerbated the Pacific economy's vulnerabilities. If you've been to the Pacific, you'll know our economies are small. We are far from the rest of the world, and we are far from our markets, our trading partners. Regional economic cooperation and integration, and particularly collaboration with our development partners, was critical to keep our shipping lines open, which got food, fuel, fertilizers, and goods to us during the pandemic. And digital connectivity was critical to keep us connected, to keep our economies afloat. And Pacific governments established a regional COVID-19 economic recovery task force, which conducted a COVID impact study on our trade and supply chains. With the support of New Zealand, we facilitated freight assistance packages for Pacific businesses through the Pacific Trade and Investment Network. To strengthen regional trade enablement, we reviewed our Aid for Trade strategy. We've developed a digital e-commerce strategy. We're trying to strengthen regional private sector collaboration, and of course, addressing the gaps between trade policy design and industry need and our global competitiveness. But there is much work to be done to invest into global and digital and connectivity to attract the FDI levels that we need in order to achieve sustainable economic growth. The reality is, ladies and gentlemen, is that our current accounts are structural in nature in terms of their skew. Half of the Pacific's economies are dependent on tourism earnings, which all but disappeared during COVID, as you know. So sustaining the airplanes, even when the tourists are not coming in, still costs money. And that actually exacerbated our contingent liabilities and our debt stress over and above the debt creation impact of climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction. This is our reality. As net importers, the recovery of the Pacific is also being severely inhibited, as we've heard over the past 2 days, by fuel and energy prices, further exacerbating our fiscal deficits and threatening an already slower than anticipated recovery, Mr. Chairman. And this is in the midst of grappling with natural disasters, as is demonstrated by the devastating Tongan volcanic eruption, which incidentally broke the underwater sea cable and took less than a month to reconnect. Thank God for that. So how do we sustain the investment needed to climate-proof trade integration and connectivity to make our small island economies more resilient? So sustainable regional and global connectivity solutions for the Pacific needs to be contextualized with the climate emergency that we face and the debt creation impact that it has. We acknowledge ESCAP's support in co-convening the first Pacific Regional Debt Conference that was co-hosted by the governments of Fiji and Tuvalu, which was preceded by the first Pacific Public Financial Management Symposium sponsored by the European Union during COVID, acknowledging the need for stronger PFM systems in order to have better quality economic recovery. And amongst other very important issues that was discussed is the need that it highlighted to rethink the approach to innovation, to regional development financing solutions, that perhaps it needs to be actually co-designed with small island developing states in mind. So Pacific leaders are responding to this by launching the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. This vision is cast at a time when our planet is drowning in extreme challenges, all of which disproportionately affects the Pacific due to our smallness and vulnerability, ladies and gentlemen. The 2050 strategy is a humble, long-term vision and strategic approach to our global and regional integration based on 7 simple thematic areas: political leadership and regionalism, which of course is intricately affected by the geopolitical tensions that we're seeing, our people-centered development, peace and security, resource and economic development, climate change and disasters, ocean and environment, and technology and connectivity. Excellencies, in spite of being custodians of 1/3 of the blue planet's surface, fundamental economics, as we know, of connecting to and from and operating in the Pacific will continue to be fiscally challenging as we attempt to competitively compete for global FDIs, which every country in the room is trying to do, unless we shift the paradigm on how we leverage our blue Pacific. In this regard, the Pacific Forum economic ministers have endorsed the concept note for the Blue Pacific Economic Strategy, which UNDP and ESCAP are assisting us with, which we highly appreciate. The Pacific 2050 strategy aims to apply lateral thinking to the economics of development trajectory post-COVID, including the following perspectives: considering how to balance conservation while optimizing the returns from our fisheries and valuing our ocean resources, focusing investment into regional revenue-generating soft and hard infrastructure to protect and unlock the blue Pacific resources, and spawning creative futures-based industries enabled by technology around the blue Pacific resources in order to create employment and move towards sustainable self-sufficiency. Sustainably leveraging blue Pacific resources in order to strengthen our regional financial architecture so that we can monetize the blue resources using our blue Pacific balance sheet, consolidating our ocean resources, as opposed to accessing finance as individual small sovereigns. drawing a straight line to link climate and disaster-induced debt creation to loss and damage. With our blue planet being at risk, Mr. Chairman, reimagining the resource rent concepts for the blue sky, which is directly above the blue ocean, which is now a hotly contested space for the human species' attempt at interplanetary exploration, we see this also as a critical dialogue that needs to take place at a global level. Safeguarding our blue ocean, ladies and gentlemen, which provides food security to the world and is a critical source of revenue for us from pilferage, is also critical. And of course, so that we can respond from a place of dignity, strengthening our sovereign intergenerational funds for the Pacific is critical. Only then can we sustainably finance our regional integration without creating debt that cannot be economically sustained. By achieving the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, we will also be able to achieve the 2050 strategy. The Pacific acknowledges the vision of the United Nations Secretary General in the 77th General Assembly to have a summit of the future to produce a global leaders pact for the future. Your Excellencies, the most important aspect of the common agenda and the summit of the future is to ensure that we leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our delegates for very deep and very interesting and very valuable comments. I think this is what we didn't have for our today's session. Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we shall now take up agenda item 3 on other matters. It's my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau to report that status of credentials of representatives of members to the Third Ministerial Conference on the Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific, in accordance with the Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The Bureau of the Third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific examined the credentials of representatives of 31 member states submitted in accordance with the Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the Third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar and in line with the General Assembly Resolution 396 of 14 December 1950, and acknowledging the report of the Credential Committee of the General Assembly at its 76th session. May I take it that it is the wish of the conference to take a note of the report of the Bureau. So I see no objections. It is decided. I would now like to open the floor for any country statements on this agenda item. anyone? So I see none. So this brings us to the end of the proceeding for today. I would now call on the Secretariat to make any announcement.
Good afternoon, everyone. So after today's session, there'll be an online side event hosted by the Russian Federation. Between 9 and 12 tomorrow, there will also be several side events held online. Delegates are invited to check the meeting website to register and participate in the side events. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will now adjourn this meeting. The proceedings will resume tomorrow at 14:00 for agenda item 4, adoption of the report. The report will be available on the website of the conference starting from 12 p.m. and noon Bangkok time tomorrow, Friday, 30 September. The report will contain any recommendations or decisions to be brought to the attention of the Commission and the organizational matters. A non-negotiated summary of the proceeding in the form of a chair's summary will be prepared after the conference and circulated by the Secretariat to all member states for factual corrections within 1 week of the conclusion of the conference. Are there any questions in this respect? So I see none. The meeting now is adjourned. Thank you for everyone.